Good evening, everybody. How's it going tonight? It's good to see you. I thought today we would play some Silent Hill 2. Depending on who you ask, I believe this is probably the best horror game ever made. It might be one of the best games, period. And I also think it's one of the worst things to happen to the Silent Hill series. Mostly because every game after Team Silent was disbanded is just trying to be this game over and over and over again. And I'm sick of seeing people trying to just replicate Silent Hill 2's success. It's a great game. It ruined the franchise. Gosh. I'm going to play through this and provide a little bit of analysis, a little bit of lore. There's going to be some spoilers. So if you've never played Silent Hill 2 before, I would highly recommend you go and download it and play it. A quick Google search will tell you how to do so. But what you're looking for is the PC version of the game and the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. It's very easy to install. You just drop an exe folder right into your install.
Thank you for being such a lovely bun, lucky
Thank you,
bun.
Nova.
Being here has helped me find myself. It was in your community that I came out as trans, embraced being a furry, and met the love of my life. I couldn't be happier to still be here.
Oh, thank you, Nova. Oh my goodness. I can appreciate you. What if I'm a scaredy cat and too scared to play this game? Put it on easy and turn up the brightness. I don't know how scary this game is. It's very creepy. But like scary? Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Also, my PC isn't powerful enough. I can understand that. Yeah, or watch a Let's Play. It's really, really easy to get the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition running. I highly recommend doing that if you've never played this game before, because it's absolutely worthwhile to play through it on your own. Otherwise, maybe enjoy a Let's Play like this. Gosh, the Enhanced Edition's good. Gosh. I've also never played Silent Hill 3, so go play that one. It's better. Silent Hill 3 is also excellent. Its PC version is not as good, but is still probably the best way to play it. That one requires a lot more mods and is a lot harder to get running. Unfortunately. Silent Hill 2 is nice and easy because the Enhanced Edition is just a little exe file. You just drop it into your install folder and run it, and you've got what's basically a modern game. It's great. Gosh. 3 is a lot harder than 2. It is, yeah. I recommend playing these games on easy anyway. Personally, I just think yeah. I don't think you're getting a lot more out of the combat in this game if you're putting it at a higher difficulty. I don't think it's that much scarier or anything like that. I don't know if the game is helped by it. That said, you can play it on whatever you want. Ooh, the HD port's really bad. Yep. It's bedtime. I'm gonna push to stay awake for stream. Oh no! Which goodness. It's the IRL lake from the game. Oh! From the picture they use? Oh, that's cute. Gosh. Aw. Nice thing about 4 is no one is ever going to remake it. Yes. The not nice thing about 4 is that the PC version is missing half of the hauntings in it. So, like, is the worst way to play that game. Sigh. Ah. So. Silent Hill 2 is so fucking good. After Silent Hill 1, the director and writer of that game went on to go work on the Siren series, which left one of the, I believe, scenario writers from Silent Hill 1 to step up into the director role for Silent Hill 2, and none of the other games. They changed directors and writers like every game. Video 1. Thank you for the follow, my furry whiskers. Siren is a fascinating series. Yeah. Yeah. But Team Silent shuffled around a whole lot during the production of these games. Like a lot of the original ideas came out. Ooh, will do. Interesting. I lost my train of thought. Team Silent wound up shuffling members around a lot, so very few of these games have the same writer or the same director, but a lot of the original ideas of the series were established before the first game took place. So a lot of things that you will see in Silent Hill 2 that may seem confusing do have an explanation, and usually that explanation is in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 1 does such a good job of establishing the way that the universe works and the way that the mechanics of the nightmare interact with the real world. It's great. These games are remarkably consistent. Hiroyuki Owaku is the closest thing to a constant between the first 4 titles. I would say so, as well as Takayoshi Sato, who was the character designer and CG artist in 1, 2, 3, and I think 4, but I'm not 100% about that, actually. I would have to look into that. I got both strands of the ha! Rhino, you weren't supposed to catch them all. That's Pokemon's. No. Not flu. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. Gosh. Yeah. And Masahiro Ito. Masahiro Ito was was an environment artist on the first game, and then the monster designer or creature designer for 2 and 3, if I'm not mistaken. Did Akira Yamaoka compose for all of these games? All of these games, and directed 3, I believe. And then was like executive producer on Homecoming or some shit. Like Akira Yamaoka's worked on pretty much every Silent Hill game. And seems to me like the kind of artist that keeps getting put into leadership positions because of how long they've been around. Akira directed 4. That makes sense. But also just seems really interested in making music. If you've watched the H Bomber Guy video about Ruby, and you know how the fight choreographer for that series wasn't really interested in doing anything except disappearing and making those fights, even though he was ostensibly a creator of the entire show. That's the vibe that I get from Akira Yamaoka, was just sign off on whatever needs to be signed off on, and then disappear for a couple months so that I can write my music, kind of a thing, you know? Mm-hmm. I like Akira Yamaoka. I love Akira Yamaoka's music, but I don't think that Akira Yamaoka particularly cares about any other part of game design. And I could prove that by pointing to the fact that he did music for Stray Souls, okay? So... It's a paycheck. Man's gotta eat. Silent Hill music videos that were in DDR Extreme for PS2? Oh, vaguely. Very vaguely. I think they used some of the Silent Hill 3 ones. What was Stray Souls again? That game where the gun was racist. Made by ex-Bloober team members. It was terrible. It was so bad. Seems he's only worked on Silent Hill 1 and 2. Interesting. Alright. Alright, I'm excited. I'm going to start this game. I'm going to play on riddle level normal. If you're playing on easy or hard or extra, the riddles and riddle memos, like all the clues, will be different in your playthrough. But the normal ones are probably the most obvious.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Probably not in this bathroom. Gosh. This is such a tone setter. This bathroom is filthy. And the opening cutscene presents us our character looking at his own face, which is ironic because this game is somewhat about this character trying to face himself. This character looking into a mirror and having himself reflected back. It's on point. It's on the nose. Raptor Rush, thank you for the sub. Oh my goodness. Gosh. Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. The bathroom and the laundromat were disgusting. Yeah, this is, It's pretty gross in here. Gonna be honest. Oh, I'm not picking that up. I know what that is.
I think it would be better if he was crying into the mirror, and scrunching up his whole face and crying so much.
Aww. My wife. I loved her. So here's... Sorry about that. Here's an interesting thing right away. What's that on the ground? It's one of 4 items you need to get the ritual ending. So this graffiti is in Hebrew. I don't know if you can make out some of those letters, but yeah. I could not tell you what it says. But yep. Fascinating. There have been references to like Kabbalistic mythology in some of the previous game. So it makes sense that we would see that here. Especially in a town where all this cult shit's going on. Also, I used to own James's boots. I had a pair of steel-toed motorcycle boots that were pretty similar to this. I wore them to high school. I don't know why. Also, on the wall back there, you can see these Heaven's Night posters, and there's a familiar face on them that we will see later. I'm playing this in much higher resolution than the PS2 was ever meant to display at, so you probably wouldn't be able to see those on the original version of this game. Also, is that just like over on the right here? Is this like the town? Looks like it's the hill. Looks like there's hills. It's cute. Found a translation of most of that text on the graffiti? Interesting. Alright. This game have the same controls as 1. Essentially, yeah. You've still got your strafe on L1 and R1. You've still got rotational controls. Forward and back. L2 to center your camera. Fell on the wall is a detonator for an actual Kabbalistic Amulet of Lilith. Interesting. Ooh. Oh, okay. Here we go. I can actually point out why this is the case, I think. Check this out. Detail from a parchment amulet showing the female demon Lilith. Above her are depicted Sanoi, Sansanoi, and Smnaglof? Is that about right? That's the little guy. It's not my finger, no. That's kind of cute. Thanks for looking that up. Huh. So, I think I know why this is here in this bathroom. Kind of similar looking to the little guy here. I know why this is here. Because next to it is where we find one of these items for the ritual. I may as well just pick it up. I'll just pick it up. We need 4 of them. So, this is where we get the blue gem. It's kind of mysterious. It's used for a ritual. It only shows up in New Game Plus. After you've beaten the game already. There's a couple of things that change every time you play the game. Some of them are randomized riddle solutions. Some of them are alternate endings. And some of them are clues, which I'll point out later. Anyway, We spent a lot of time in this bathroom.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Gosh, that reading is so good. No game has ever had voice acting as good as this. There's a reason for that. There's a couple of things going on here. James's voice actor, known as Guy Seehee, I think he's kind of shitty these days. He posted a bunch of like anti-vax shit. I hope he's over that and he's better now, but I don't know. Like, that's the situation with that guy. So if you see people in chat saying fuck Guy Seehee, that's what's going on. Last I checked, he wasn't great. Okay. Yeah. Like, nothing irredeemable as far as I know, but just kind of shitty. That sucks. So the way that Guy Seehee got this job, as far as I know, the story that I've heard is that Guy Seehee took his daughter in to read for the role of Laura in this game. But the casting director thought he had a really interesting looking face. And so they got him to read for James Sunderland. Even though he was not a trained actor, I believe he was in real estate or something. And the way that a lot of the voice acting in this game was done was they would have the actors with the scripts acting out a scene several times physically, and then they would go and get into the suits with the ping pong balls, and they would do both the motion capture and the voice acting at the same time, using like the on-set audio instead of being in a booth, because a lot of the people in this game are just not actors. And that's what gets you this performance, which is such lightning in a bottle. This is one of the reasons that I don't think this game could or should be remade, is because you can't get this voice acting anymore. It was done so specifically. It is such a product of its time and the people involved that, like, it is impossible to disentangle Guy Seehey from James Sunderland, because James's face, his motion capture, and his voice are all modeled after this real person. For better and worse. So anybody sitting down in a booth who's a professionally trained voice actor will not get a performance like this, because it shouldn't sound like a performance. It shouldn't sound like an actor. It should sound like a person. And a lot of voice actors can't draw that kind of performance out, because it's really, really hard to do. It's incredibly difficult to do. Yeah. And it's not a fault of voice actors. A lot of times you do want people who can voice act in that way, especially like when they did the HD remaster of this. One, they replaced all the music, which is a problem, because this opening cutscene is an incredibly melancholy. Ilulane, thank you so much for the 10 month. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. They replaced all the music in this game, which is a problem, because the acoustic guitar in this original makes this such a melancholy and impactful moment that tells you so much about this character and what they're feeling. In the HD version, it's an electric guitar cover of this song, and it doesn't have the same impact. Gonna be honest. Doesn't quite work the same. They also got James Sunderland to be played by Troy Baker. Nothing against Troy, does a great job most of the time, but he is doing an anime-ass voice for this character. And when you're anime voice acting, it is a very different thing than when you're trying to act as a person, because there's a lot of space to fill with incidental noises. Next time you're watching an anime, listen for voice actors and characters who go, ah, huh, just in between lines for some reason. And once you notice it, it will never stop bothering you. Fun in your life. God damn it. And when it happens in Silent Hill 2, I hate it. Oh, it makes me so mad. Oh. I have a really similar car to this. My car looks a lot like this one, actually. Dang, this might be modeled after my car. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. It's in your trunk? Junk. No, I need the two-door version. No, I don't want the four-door version. I want the two-door version. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Okay, so this is the kind of car I've got. I've got it in this color too, actually. Here we go. This is the 1978 Ford Fairmont, the Futura model. That's a two-door sedan. Really cute car, but it's got that same kind of window. It's also got those grates under the heck. Furgifer, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. It's got the grates under the windows there. I don't know, like you can kind of see it, right? Like it's sort of similar. It's not exactly the same, obviously, but I don't know. There's kind of similarities. I never thought about this before, but I've got a similar car to James. So that's a problem. So I have heard from a lot of people that Mary's body is in the car somehow. Okay, the inside of the car. Well, okay, it kind of looks like that actually. From 3 years ago? We'll go over that. But here's the thing. Probably not. The only reason that people think that is because in the Book of Lost Memories, which is a Silent Hill 3 lore compendium that was in the back of the Silent Hill 3 strategy guide in the Japanese version of the guide. And y'all know how much stake I put in Silent Hill strategy guides for lore info. Even if they're official, I don't really put a lot of stock in the lore of a strategy guide. But apparently Book of Lost Memories was documents from Team Silent members. Which Team Silent members? Who knows? We're not really sure. Masahiro Ito said something about her body being in the car, but also Masahiro Ito was the monster designer on this game, so I don't know if I know that he would know that for any reason. Like, I'm not... Like, if he thinks that, that's cool, but that doesn't mean that that's in the game. I mean, that's cool. And if you want to believe that, that's fine. There's nothing proving or disproving that. So I guess you could think that if you want to. I'm not sure why you would. It would be weird to do. I don't know why anyone would do that. Because the ritual ending? Oh, the ritual ending kind of... Okay. You could sell me on this. There's also a bunch of people that say if you turn up the brightness of the opening cutscene here, that James is looking directly at the player. But if that is true, I don't know why that would be the case. And the only person who'd be able to confirm or deny that...
I prefer Silent Hills 2's Goodfellas ending, where Mary's body is in the trunk and James narrates to himself that as far as he can remember he's always wanted to be a gangster.
Oh, yeah. The gangster life didn't choose him. He didn't choose the gangster life. Yeah, the only person that would be able to prove or disprove that is Takayoshi Sato, who did the CG and character design. Masahiro Ito said, yeah, that's probably not the case, but also Masahiro Ito didn't work on the CG for this game, so I don't know. Like, I agree with Masahiro Ito a lot of the time, but like, also he he'll talk about anything in Silent Hill 2, whether or not he worked on it. So I don't know what to tell you. We come. Yo, we come. And it is really irrelevant because I don't know what that would be trying to say in the game. It doesn't really make sense. I do want to point out that Paleville National Park is in 10 miles, but also Old Silent Hill is 50 away. Does that mean miles? I don't know if that's true. I would imagine that would be kilometers, but it's somewhat confusing. Do you think the sign up there? Oh, there we go. It's an advertisement for Pete's Bolorama. We're going to visit that later. I love this cute little, like, rest stop. This is very good. 50 furlongs away. Old Silent Hill is the one with the fire. Old Silent Hill is where Alchemilla Hospital is. Take his word over randos on the internet? Absolutely, yeah. The use of fog in this game is much improved over the first one. And apparently it's a pain in the butt to emulate. Because they just didn't include it in the HD remaster. This opening part is such a tone setter, and it really puts you on edge. In an excellent way. How'd they manage to screw that up? It's not even the worst thing the HD remaster did. You know how important the sound design is here and in these games? In the Silent Hill HD collection, they play the wrong sounds. The UI sounds are at a different pitch. A lot of the music had to be redone because the voices were tied to them. There are certain creatures whose footsteps have been replaced by grate sound, like door closing sounds. There are some creatures that have been replaced. Like, it's so weird. There's a monster footstep sound that happens if you quick turn in a puddle. For some reason, it's weird. It's so weird, I don't know why. I think the PC versions had that same problem. If you play them unpatched. But yeah. Bizarre. Fog is precipitation like rain, and mist is vapor that rises mostly from the ground.
Bloober version will have this sequence. James will be thinking out loud how old-fashioned the dirt path is and then make some self-deprecating quip.
Well, that just happened. You know Bloober Team's favorite ending to this game is in water, right? You just know it is. They're like, oh, we really like the ending where James commits suicide. That's the best one. That's the canon one. So, in Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and let me think. 4? Yeah, 4. In all of the original Silent Hill games, if you run with a character, when you stop, they'll be breathing heavily. This is entirely cosmetic. It is not mechanical in any way. None of these characters actually get tired or move slower. You can run or sprint with them at the same speed forever, which is great. It would be terrible if they tried to make a future Silent Hill game where they added like a stamina system where you can't run forever. That would be terrible if they did that. Anyway, a couple of things I want to point out. In this game, water is very important. We start out this game looking over a sink into the mirror. We walk outside and James is staring at the lake. Our first save point is in this well. Later on, we will see environments become wet when the nightmare is taking over. And the ultimate goal of this game is going to be to get to the other side of the lake. This is a moist game. James, it's all a metaphor for James's internal desire to hydrate. James is a thirsty boy, and he needs to remember to hydrate, but he hasn't. He can't remember, so he needs.
Of course, water is important to counteract the underground coal fire.
The town is going to remind him to sippy. There's something in the well. I think about this part a lot, actually. Blim. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. In Silent Hill 1, our save points are little notepads that we write on, partially because like our main character, Harry, is a writer. And is just leaving documents just in case someone, finds them in the future. James, I feel like the fact that this save point is groping around inside our skull is supposed to be an indication that this game is going to be a little bit more cerebral. It's going to be a little more internal. Because the thing is that Silent Hill 1 isn't really about Harry's internal life. It's not really about what's going on in Harry's head. But this game is very, very much more about what's going on in James. His scussy. His skullussy. Sure. So remember how I said that... No! No! You can't do this to me. You'll regret this. The craniacy. Yes. That's the one. You nailed it. You'll regret this. Harry's more an observer to the story.
No, let's hear Burnout. What are we talking about?
Heck.
So what you were saying is James is really the friends we made along the way.
No, the opposite of that. James's don't make friends along the way. All right, I'm gonna bury the lead just a little bit here, and say that Silent Hill 2. Here's my Here's my conjecture. Silent Hill 2 is about the pain of social interaction. It is about the uncomfortable nature of the way that people, when they are in proximity, will hurt each other, whether they want to or not. It's just the abrasion of the human condition. It's just the fact that this isn't a bad thing. This is just a thing that must be overcome. Because living in community with other people means that other people will be abrasive sometimes. Hell is other people, etc. Yes, that's what I think. Personally. Not hugging Mr. Toilet Hands. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Gosh. Alright, I don't know how much of the story I want to spoil beforehand. I don't think much of it. I think there's some things we want to talk about, but... But I think we can leave it for later. 4 is about the hell of isolation and loneliness? Yeah, I can see that. In Silent Hill 1, remember... how every environment I said was related to Alessa in some way. We go to the school that Alessa attended. We go to the hospital where she was interred after her burns. We go to an amusement park that she presumably went to. We visit her room. It's all Alessa's nightmares. The places in Silent Hill 2 are a little more vague. I think a little more conceptual. Because they're places like a hotel, an apartment building, a much larger hospital than the one before, a prison. And I think that's because these are all places where people are forced into proximity. They're all places where when people go there, their interactions will affect the people around them. There's not a way to be singular in those environments. You are in contact with other people, and your actions have consequences for them. No matter what you do. They don't want to be there and have to interact with other people. Not just that they don't want to, but that you have to, right? If you make a lot of noise in your apartment, you're, bothering the other people there. If you're sick in a hospital bed, it's presumable that, that could affect other people around you. They're kind of places where you just can't be isolated. I like this game a lot and I think about it all the time. Another place where you're around other people a lot. If you're buried here.
Excuse me,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Wow. Oh, that scene is so good. Someone smart and charming as Bun has anything to do with the cum zone. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, it's a good place to meet people, though. That prepared? Prepared for what? I don't know what you're talking about. Ah! Lightning in a bottle. You can't get voice acting like this on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be incredibly difficult. Nobody would deliver the line "lost" like that. Lost? It's like, it's almost accusatory. It's very weird. It's so strange. But, like, the interactions with Angela are meant to be uncomfortable. Like, she's not... We're not supposed to be able to see... In the HD version, when they recast these voices, they made Angela sound too sinister here. And it's not supposed to be that way. Angela's a character who is uncomfortable to be around, but it's not because she's dark. It's not because she's evil. Like, she's just that kind of person. The VAs did do motion capture as well. Yes, they acted out all these scenes. Yeah. She is very distressed, and she's kind of weird. And Takayoshi Sato said that the way that she acts and the way that she talks are supposed to be, she acts young, but she's got the body of a much older woman, you know? And I kind of get that from this performance, you know? She's supposed to be 19, but she looks way older than 19. And then she acts way younger than 19. So it's like, it's weird, yeah. Yeah, hence mama. I mean my mother. She acts like a 9-year-old and looks 30. Exactly. Yeah. Victims are not always well-dressed and well-behaved people. Yeah. But I like her because it's not the kind of thing you see very often in a video game where, like, in a video game or in a lot of narratives, if somebody is uncomfortable to be around, they're probably going to be a villain or something. Like, if they're abrasive to you, either there's a character arc where they have to learn something and get better and become less abrasive, or they're a bad guy. But there's not a lot of characters like Angela who we don't save. That's not what she's for. She doesn't get a redemption or anything like that. She's just this kind of person. Where interacting with her is just kind of not easy or comfortable. And that's okay. That's kind of an endearing trait about her. But it's one of these social interactions that James has where he's around other people that aren't necessarily pleasant to interact with. Yeah, the Holden Caulfield thing is that he's a kid. He's a stupid teenager. Like, yeah. I think she was like this prior to exposure to the town. Yes. Yes, I do. But yeah, nobody in Silent Hill is in a good headspace. And there's a reason for that. We'll go into it a little bit later. But at the end of the day, this is a game about what happened to the town after Silent Hill 1. It's not really going to answer any of Silent Hill 1's questions. It's not going to be a direct follow-up, and it's not going to touch very explicitly on the cult. But it is about what happens to the town in the wake of Alessa's nightmare escaping her head. And they go an interesting direction with it, I think. When this game first came out, the Silent Hill fandom from the first game actually really didn't like it very much. And the reason is because it didn't talk about Silent Hill 1. And there is a reason for that. Team Silent didn't want this game to be too related to the first one because they left those questions unanswered on purpose. The narrative was done the way it was because they wanted people to be asking about it. That's the reason that this game has like mysteries and riddles, is because you're supposed to think about it. There's things to piece together. It's not supposed to be a perfectly explicit narrative. So for Silent Hill 2, they didn't want to answer those questions.
So you like games that just don't talk about each other, huh? Coughs and MGS.
Precisely. But it's a thing that fans of the first game didn't really like very much, is they were mad that Silent Hill 2 didn't give us any of the answers about like the cult, or Alessa's psychic powers or things like that, you know? It's kind of interesting. This is not a first-time playthrough for me, but it might be a first-time playthrough for some other people, so... you might be thinking of 3, newbie. Oh, or the movie. Americans just tend to struggle with ambiguity and vagueness. Somewhat. I don't know.
Gundedford gifted a dear 1 sub to Phoenix
used to think that too.
_0N.
I'm not sure, though. Dead Fred, thank you so much for the gift sub. Oh my goodness. I used to think that too, but I think the reason that Silent Hill is like this is actually because they were inspired by Twin Peaks. So, and a bunch of other, like, American media. So, like, I kind of agree with that, but at the same time, I'm not sure. Just a second, let me scroll up. My headcanon is that the events of Silent Hill and the consequences of Alessa being reunited left a psychic scar on the town itself, and before any of the Alessa stuff, Silent Hill was just a totally ordinary town in Middle America. That's mostly true. Yeah, that's mostly right. There's one specific thing that I would take umbrage with, but I'll get to it. Zilmi, thank you for the raid. How y'all doing? Welcome in, raiders. It's good to see you today. We are playing maybe the best horror game ever made. Certainly one of the best games ever. Because I want to talk about the lore, and I want to talk about what it's talking about, and I don't want to talk about circumcision. Gosh. Bim Bim, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. What? Don't worry about it. there was a thing. Don't worry about it. I'll talk about that some other time. I'll talk about that during Silent Hill 4. But I'm doing an analysis of this game so that we could talk about what this game's talking about. We could talk about what this plot means.
We are not putting the cum in circumcision tonight.
No problem. My goodness. Y'all, great. Oh my goodness. Welcome on in. Gosh, if y'all have any Silent Hill related questions, please feel free to ask. I love to hear them. I also do not own a monopoly on the analysis of Silent Hill. I often present my ideas as if they're a true interpretation, but at the end of the day, there really isn't one.
Chad demands circumcisions.
This is a really good series. No,
Wait,
please no. Gosh. Would just anyone with mental trauma be subject to the fog of Silent Hill, or does it take particular victims? Okay. Good question. So, first of all, the fog is not special in any way, nor is the town. Neither of those are the reason that the events of Silent Hill 2 occur. Every Silent Hill game explains why the nightmare happens. And in the first game, it's a little girl's psychic powers causing her nightmares to escape her head. In Silent Hill 2, it has something to do with a spiritual power that exists in the land. We'll talk about it later. So I do want to make that distinction real quick. It's not the town, it's not the fog. It's an unnamed spiritual power that exists here. In Silent Hill 3, it's totally different, and in Silent Hill 4, it's also different. So don't think that just because that's the explanation in Silent Hill 2, that is the case going forward. It seems like the town reaches out to those with darkness in their hearts. And there are two ways to take this. Either people who have a darkness in their heart. That's the way that I believe Takayoshi Sato talked about it in an interview. It might have been the game's director, actually. Either the spiritual power of the town reaches out and attracts those people, or those type of people are subconsciously attracted to the spiritual power of the town. It's not ever clear. And I don't think it should be. I also want to be very clear and say that this town is not necessarily about guilt or trauma in any way. Necessarily. Like, universally, it's not universally about that. It's trauma. It is often trauma, but it doesn't have to be. I hope that answered the question. Traumatized people do wind up here, but that's not necessarily what it's about. Yeah.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
Such a strange way to end that conversation, isn't it? There's a couple of myths that I want to dispel right off the bat, though. One of which is that this town... So Silent Hill is just an abandoned town. That's all. Okay? Silent Hill is just an abandoned town. There is a spiritual power that exists in the land. What it's not doing is punishing people. What it's not doing is having a mind or a brain or a logic or a desire or a will. I don't believe that that's a thing that the town or the spiritual power has. And it's one of those things that kind of bugs me. Of course, it's Centralia, Jesus Christ. It's not the dark presence. Yeah, not exactly. No. No. Has a will, at least one or two. There's probably a William. There's probably got to be at least one in that town. Mm-hmm. Mary's letter talking about going back to Silent Hill implies to me how people who end up here have had prior contact with a town that has somehow marked them. That's possible. I don't know if that's the case at all for Eddie or Angela. And definitely not for Laura. Probably not for Laura. But you know, it's possible. I'm not gonna pick up the chainsaw. It's a new game plus item. Aw, man. The Silent Hill Ranch. It's a shame we never get to go there. What a good sign. It would be a shame if somebody replaced it with Comic Sans one day. That'd be such a shame. It's a good thing it's not written in Comic Sans. That would be fucking embarrassing if that happened. Good thing that never happened. Step away from the lathe of heaven. They didn't. They did. In the HD collection. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna go get it so I can show it off. It's the worst. Hang on a sec. Oh, I love it. Welcome to the Silent Hill Ranch. Why? Why is it like that? Why did they do that? They had to make that into a texture. Why did they do that? That's so weird. Bizarre. So negative feelings of visitors come there are drawn to the town because the darkness there on the hearts. Really care if the people in the town die or not. If a person dies or runs away, more people will always come. Something like that. I actually have my own theory, but we'll get into it. I'll talk about that when the game reveals that there's a spiritual power, because at this point, that's just, like, that sounds like it's just my speculation. But later on, this will get talked about in depth. And I think I know the why and the how, but it is a little bit open to interpretation. So I'm not going to say that that's at all wrong, because ran a dirt path for an hour and 30 minutes. Yep. That's what this playthrough is going to be like. Ooh. It's not understandable to human minds, I think. That I like. Yes. I like that a lot. This sound design is so good, though. I love the little hints. I love the hints of things out there. Like, you can kind of see out in the fog. There's another side to this little channel here. But it's so shrouded and distorted that it's difficult to tell. And the sound design works the same way. There's something you can hear, you can almost make out things. It causes your brain to kind of fill in the gaps and come up with things. I like it a lot. I'm not sure, Lettuce. The sound director for this game was Akira Yamaoka. So you'd have to look into that, though. Also, could you imagine driving on this? Jesus Christ. Terrifying. There's still people living in Silent Hill, or did most get murdered or moved away? So, there's not really people living in Silent Hill anymore? No. In Silent Hill 1, they gave us the explanation that all the young people moved away. That it's mostly, like, members of the cult left. But then Kaufman says everybody disappeared when the nightmare was taking over, or stuff like that. So, like, when the fog and the snow showed up. But ever since the events of Silent Hill 1, the town's been pretty much abandoned, I think, is the implication in 2. I think 2 is implying that ever since the events of Silent Hill 1, ain't nobody here. Is 1 canon to 2? Yes. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all canon to each other. After that, it gets a little vague. Ascending to a mountain with pretty sheer drops. Pretty similar, except the fog. Whew. Well, this is probably supposed to be Maine. The Silent Hill visual novel for a Game Boy Advance. Was it Color or Advance? I think it was Advance. The Silent Hill visual novel says that it takes place in Maine, but however much you trust the visual novel is kind of going to be, you know, you're kind of just going to have to decide for yourself how much you trust that to be canon info. There's nothing that disproves it, so... I'd say that that's probably the case. Are these marks blood? That shadow just now is blood. Liz! Oh god, I'm gonna lose my voice already. Liz! How are you? Did you have a good time with Unicorn Overlord? Did you have a good time? Water. You need water. Okay. Call me paranoid. This town seems sus. Oh no, please don't talk about circumcision. Alright, I'll cover it briefly. Where to start? Alright, let me cover the circumcision so we can stop talking about it, okay? Silent Hill 4 is about a cultist who is using a series of sacrifices to bring his mother back to life. He thinks his mother is the apartment building he was found in as a child. He's kind of a messed up dude. So he thinks the apartment's his mom. And you're trapped in the apartment. And you're being sucked into his dreams by the ritual sacrifices that he's doing. Okay? That's the long and short. Satana Caldo, thank you for the follow me furred whiskers. Okay. So there's a lot of imagery related to pregnancy and birth and motherhood in Silent Hill 4. There's a lot of big umbilical cords. There's a lot of that sort of stuff, okay? A lot of wombs and uteruses and umbilical cords and birth imagery. Somebody love the Alice in Wonderland inspired beat. Oh, thank you. Heck. Somebody on the Silent Hill wiki decided that what it's actually about is Walter, the name of this cultist murderer, is actually just traumatized by his circumcision. And that all of the foreskin imagery is actually, or all of the umbilical cord imagery is actually foreskin imagery. And that most of Silent Hill is about characters' trauma from their circumcision. And when people discovered that he had written about 40,000 words in different Silent Hill wiki articles, they confronted him about it, to which he responded, why are you defending circumcision and male genital mutilation? How dare you? Devolving into, there is a cabal of Satanists trying to genitally mutilate children. It quickly devolved into some weird anti-Semitism. Yeah, he was an admin on the wiki. So they had to get rid of that guy. Truly fucking unhinged.
Guys, it's not that deep. The cabal just loves deep fried foreskins.
the top admin. He owned the wiki. He also writes on a bunch of other wikis that he hasn't been kicked off of yet, like
I
the
said
Rule of
this
Rose
before.
wiki.
I'll
So,
say it again, but please hear it with extra emphasis this time. What?
yeah. So it has become a joke. Oh yeah, it's a red flag word for sure. So it has become a joke in the Silent Hill community to joke about everything being about circumcision. Because he was writing about it happening in things like Silent Hill 3, which is a game with a female protagonist where which is about unwanted motherhood and abortion. And there's like a boss fight against a split head worm. I'll let you guess what that's a metaphor for. And decided that that was about circumcision. I can only assume Heather's circumcision. Because Heather trans. Let's go. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Very confusing.
We can stop talking about circumcision, but I have to live with it.
I'm sorry. Go on YouTube and look up binaural beats, foreskin regrowth, self-hypnosis. You'll be better in no time. I made it more cursed. I did it. I made it more cursed. I'm sorry. Anyway. I get speechless. I'm so sorry.
Please, if you play Silent Hill 4,
Oh,
play
I
that
don't know.
quietly in the background. Please.
Subliminal, yeah. Perfect. I don't even know if that's a real thing, so I don't know what the comments are like. But that's very funny. Anyway, okay. I did it. I covered it. We can stop talking about the Silent Hill circumcision guy now because he's gone. They fired him. The wiki still fucking sucks. Don't use it. The wiki's still really dumb. I think the wiki still says that the silencer hidden in a wall in Silent Hill 3 is supposed to be a reference to Metal Gear Solid, because that's what it says in the Silent Hill 3 official strategy guide, even though that's wrong because it's very obviously a reference to the 1934 movie Black Cat, in which people are discovered hiding behind a wall because a cat meows. It's a very obvious reference, and the text in the game makes it clear. I think the Silent Hill wiki still says that that Punchy tried to make. Jesus Christ. The Silent Hill wiki still can't decide what the distance between where Silent Hill 2 starts and Brahms is. There have been like 3 or 4 different screenshots of numbers on that fucking sign on that overpass, and I don't know which one's true. And there's like, I think it's the Silent Hill wiki is still saying that the slurpers in Silent Hill 3 are probably a metaphor for people who are addicted to drugs, who are trying to lick drugs off the floor or some shit. It's dumb. It's bad and stupid. I can't stop talking about it. Where did they get that from? I don't know. I don't know. The thing is, I feel like people talking about what Silent Hill monsters are metaphors for are telling us more information about themselves than they are about Silent Hill. If that makes sense. Just like the beginning of Silent Hill 2, where James is looking into the mirror. I feel like it's a mirror that's reflecting back at them whatever they're putting into it. It's like an ink blot test, yeah. Dogs in Silent Hill 1 are metaphors for how doggos are good, and we love doggos. We do love doggos. Sure your streams are not cursed? I never claimed that. I never claimed my streams are not cursed. I have never said that in my life. So. Oh, there's the amusement park up there? Alright, so here's a cool thing. Akraji, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? So here's where a lot of Silent Hill 2 takes place, right? And here's the amusement park and the hotel. And over here, this area over here is old Silent Hill. And then up here is Central Silent Hill from the first game. First game takes place in this area, just up here. And that sign, we started this game over on this observation deck, and the sign said it was 50 miles to Old Silent Hill, which is here. So, like, holy shit. That doesn't look like 50 miles to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. What do the nurses represent? They represent nurses. It's a hospital. Jeez. Do you agree when people say that Silent Hill 1 and 2 are very different? Yes and no. Silent Hill 1 and 2 are very different in terms of their themes, in terms of their message, but it narratively, I'm not sure. Silent Hill 2 wouldn't happen if Silent Hill 1 didn't. Because the town's not always been this way. Silent Hill 1 is what caused the town to be like this. It was just a regular ass town. So without Silent Hill 1, 2 would never have happened. Religious and cult vibes in the first? For sure, yeah. Cult's doing regular sacrifices? They never did sacrifices, as far as I know. Sacrifices aren't a part of the cult. Meaning is tied to the meaning of the entities. I think of a different Silent Hill game. You're maybe thinking of the movie? Or Homecoming? But yeah, no. Is the god in Silent Hill really that evil? I think that the god in Silent Hill, the god that the cult worships, is non-existent. I don't think the cult's god is real. I think the cult believes in her. I don't think that she's a real thing. Personally. Yeah, the movie? Okay, the movie is a different thing. What is she then? The cult believes in a god. They invented a god to believe in. She never shows up in any of the games. She's pretty non-existent. The one of reeds and snakes. It's a reference to 3. I get that one. Yeah. Demon in Silent Hill 1's ending isn't real, but Alessa's impression of the cult's god. Yes, so Alessa's psychic powers cause her to manifest what she thinks the cult's god is, her idea of it. In the bad ending, Dahlia's the one who takes control of Alessa's
The cult made
powers.
her up, and her name? Lilia Limes.
Lily Limes? Dahlia takes control of those powers to turn Alessa into their god, or what Dahlia thinks that their god is like. And, yeah, it's just a primal from Final Fantasy XIV. Alessa had psychic powers, so whatever she made was whatever's in her head. It's her idea of what God looks like. I don't think there's an actual God out there that they're summoning, in my opinion. It's possible that there is an actual God. It's possible the cult's God is real. However, it has never shown up in the games, so we don't know. Because it's very clear that the Incubus or Incubator boss in Silent Hill 1 is not their god. Also. Even if their god is real. So that's a little up to interpretation. If you want to think that their god is real, you can. But my problem with it is that if the cult's god is real, then morally, everything the protagonists of Silent Hill games do is evil. A moral bad to stop the cult's god. Because if the cult's god returns, it is going to bring about an everlasting paradise with no suffering for mankind ever again. And anything you do to stop that is a moral wrong. If you believe, in utilitarianism, where you would sacrifice 1 people to save 4, right? Should you sacrifice 1 child to end all suffering for the human race for all time? Yeah, probably should, right? I don't know. I just think believing in the cult's god, or believing that the cult's god is real, is kind of not great. Personally. What's scarier, people doing horrible, horrible things to try to bring forth paradise, or people doing it for what turns out to be nothing? Yeah. You do not, in fact, gotta hand it to Omelas. Well, it's like Omelas, except instead of replacing that child's just gone afterwards. And it's just 1 child, and then you get forever of paradise. You don't have to do it ever again. Omelas has a lot more like, it's a child in perpetuity, right? Which I feel like, I don't know, that's a little less defensible, I think. I don't know. Silent Hill is about abortion? 3 is, for sure. Big time. Explicitly. So a hazard diamond? Yeah, I guess this building's a hazard. I'd believe it. Hey. Okay. All right. Back to Silent Hill 2. Sorry. I thought 3 was about how statistically, on average, blondes have more fun. Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true though. That is what it's about. So, I think that the Silent Hill games are really quite good at signposting. These games are really, really great at telling you where to go and when to do it. In Silent Hill 1, I pointed it out when they tell you that there's something you can do, or if you examine a key in your inventory, it'll circle a place on your map. There are often little markers on your map that tell you where to go. When you're running around in like the quote unquote dungeons, it marks doors that are locked, completely inaccessible, or open. And Silent Hill 2 is no exception. These bloodstains on the ground here showing us directly where to go as soon as we get into a town that's more open than the straight path we took to get here is excellent. Is very good. This is good game design. If you want to sell organs online, do they have to be yours? Hypothetical. Depends. Do you mean like morally or legally? Because legally, I don't think you can sell them online no matter what. Morally? I guess it depends on consent. Personally, I think any manner of sale is a moral wrong. Especially if it's for profit. I think that organs should be available online for free. With consent. But that's my opinion. I did see that, Archduby. Alright, I want to point out another game design thing. In a lot of modern video games, there's been a lot of hullabaloo about painting things yellow, right? And I don't want to rehash my opinion on yellow paint because I think it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. That said, it is a constant struggle to indicate to the player what parts of a game are interactive and what are not, right? So like, for instance, there's a door over here. Can I open this door or not? And there's a way that I know before I even try it. Sometimes in a video game, what you will do is you'll put a prompt over the door if you get close enough, which is fine. Or you could highlight it like a Deus Ex thing where you just put a big outline on it in a specific color. And that's fine too. You could also, put some yellow paint here or whatever. The way that Silent Hill 2 lets you know what is interactable, what is a pickup, and what you can go through is this. Because I walk by this door and the camera angle doesn't change, I know that it's not important. If it is, getting close to this door will change my camera angle either to facing away from it or facing directly towards it in a close-up. So I will know that a place can be gone into when a camera angle changes. Or if you see it slightly ajar, like this. So that's two ways of doing it. The other thing is, James is looking at stuff. You can see his little head. He's looking at his little health item over there. He's like, ooh, look at that on the ground. Oh, look at that over there. Oh, I'm going to look at that. what's that on the ground over there? And James is curious. Maybe I'll check it out. He's like, what's over this way? Ooh, woo? What's this? It's just good game design. It's good. You don't have to have any UI on the screen either. Like, the game lets you know that you're low on health by making the controller vibrate like a heartbeat if you're low on health. And then you can check your little menu and you can see your status, which is helpfully color coded. Resident Evil do the head turn? I don't think so. I'm going to say I don't think so. There's a couple of things that Silent Hill does that Resident Evil do not do. Like, for instance, in Silent Hill, you can walk while aiming your gun. You also get a strafe. Like, oh my god. There's like a quick turn in here. In Silent Hill 1, you even get a backdash.
Of course, you can also tell if a background element is interactable if it's obviously on a different animation cell than the background.
True. And that's a fun way to do it. If you're making like a Cuphead or something like that. Like if you're making a game that's got that style to it, you could have like different animation cells. That would be cute. Resident Evil's kind of the opposite of Silent Hill 3, but in a fun way that's appreciated. I agree. I like Resident Evil, especially when it's cheesy. I like thinking about Silent Hill. I don't like thinking about Resident Evil. I like laughing at Resident Evil. At/with, you know? Like I like Chris punching a boulder. I like Resident Evil 7's big dumb chainsaw fight. But I'm not going to sit there and think like, oh man, what does Lady Dimitrescu represent? You know, metaphorically. She represents tall lady. Big lady. Sorry, mommy? Sorry. Radio? What's with that radio? Oh. The author's thinly disguised fetish. Funny you should say that. Here's the thing that I think, is that I pointed it out during Silent Hill 1, but one thing that the later Silent Hill games drop the ball with when it comes to character, monster designs, is that Silent Hill should not be about blood and guts and gore. It should never be about dead bodies and blood and guts, right? What Silent Hill should be about is BDSM. Masahiro Ito draws a bunch of BDSM art. When people are thinking about Silent Hill nurses, they shouldn't be about blood and guts and gore. They should be about latex BDSM nurses. Characters in vac beds and arm binders and straight jackets and leather masks and things like that are what these monsters should be should evoke.
Lore has him bondage.
Exactly. What if I do my kink but horror? Exactly. More so in Silent Hill 2 than in 1. But yeah.
Is it dead? the hell is it? It's not human.
But that should be the aesthetic going on, is a little bit of what Silent Hill's aesthetic is in terms of monsters is you're combining like BDSM aesthetics with Giger type like biomechanical sort of stuff. So you're combining these, like, you're taking these things that would be latex or leather and you're making them out of flesh. And then you're making that unclean, non-sterile. And that's what makes it Giger. Did I say? What did I say? I thought I said Giger. Anyway. And you're making that unclean. It's not pronounced Geiger. I believe it's pronounced Giger. Dead. Could it have been that creature? Dirty toys are indeed horrible? Exactly. There's an element of horror.
Giger.
Oh, see? Told you. Hi, Pixie. There's an element of horror that is, take something like a kitchen or a hospital or something like that, a place that you expect cleanliness. Now I gotta wait.
Giger on.
Where you take something that is sterile, something that should be clean, and you make it rusty and dirty, and it evokes like a disgust reaction in a person. And you can also kind of do that with the sexy. You could take something that is meant to be sexy and you could make it unclean and evoke that same kind of disgust horror reaction from the audience. And there's a little bit of that going on here too.
Okay. I showed up just in time for my favorite
thing
Silent
broken?
Hill weapon. Board with a nail in it.
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
We will hear a little bit of that voice later. The voice that radio was picking up was a very specific recording that we will hear in its totality later. Imagine Silent Hill without the radio. So I want to talk about the radio real quick, just so that it's covered. I know I'm taking this game real slow, but I think it's really interesting to talk about.
Remember, when you enter into strange towns, be sure to take anything that isn't nailed down. It may be useful later.
That board was nailed down, though. Radio. What is going on with that radio? So, there has been a long and storied history of the supernatural being related to emergent technologies. And And I talked about this during the Silent Hill 1 playthrough. I talked about this a little bit during short message. That's it. That's the one. But yeah, as long as there's been stuff like photography, there was the emergence of ghost photography very early on, because it's a somewhat not very well, it was not very well understood as a technology. It created a bunch of like weird artifacts that didn't seem natural in the lens. So while it's supposed to be representing what is real, it winds up representing more than that because of the effects of the lens, because of the effects of the chemicals, like all of that stuff. Le camera obscura, yes. Fatal frame, all of that sort of thing. The same is true of radios and televisions. They have been sort of the medium through which ghosts can interact with reality, or the supernatural can do so. Oh, did the stream freeze? That's weird. Electromagnetic field detectors, audio recorders, even candles. Yes, precisely. Because of the way that they are, because of the way that they're imperfect, we often wind up with what they're supposed to be representing is reality, but what we're getting is interference from the medium. The thing about televisions and radios that are most interesting to me is the fact that they can depict static. And static is fascinating because it's not man-made and it's not natural. It is neither of these things. It is a almost supernatural kind of phenomenon that comes when we start picking up the natural electromagnetic interference of the universe that exists all around us, this absolutely invisible force that exists everywhere, and we're picking it up with our technology. It is natural, it's cosmic background radiation. Yes, but cosmic background radiation doesn't exist as static until it's filtered through our technologies, right? It doesn't exist in the form of static. It exists in an invisible form as radiation, you know? The fact that that radiation is turned into static is the interaction between the natural and the technological. So it's not actually that much of a leap to say that things like radios or televisions might be able to pick up other unseen phenomenon, other natural phenomenon that we can't otherwise pick up, i.e. ghosts or the supernatural. Cameras are a similar way. One of the problems I had with short message...
We were getting interference from a bad game from Bloober Team? Or that old TV show with a well-endowed lady talking to ghosts? These medium jokes doing anything for you?
One of the problems I had with short message was that cell phones don't have that kind of interference. They're a little too clean, they're a little too perfect. When they glitch out, they don't have things like static or other natural occurrences. There are ways to do like digital interference, but they're not quite the same. They're not quite the same type of horror. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it works as well. But I do like that in Silent Hill, the monsters are able to set off static in the radio, because it's an aspect of their supernatural nature. And I think that that's neat. I think it's very cool. And that's what's going on with that radio. You have to do an Unfriended with modern technology. I really liked Unfriended. I thought that was actually really well done, yeah. I don't know if people liked that movie very much. I don't think people liked that one a lot. I thought it was pretty good, though. Caution, watch speed. 5M! Oh no, the sequel to 5G. 5M. Oh wow. Pretty stupid movie. I think it is. Yeah. It's a little bit stupid. It's a good concept, though. It's very neat. Yeah, the monsters are not attracted to sound, but they are attracted to light. Digital technology horror plays more on the idea that you never really know what's on the other side of the screen more than anything else. Something that both slasher movies and cosmic horror can play on. True. Yeah. It's just you have to do it a slightly different way, you know, than like a poltergeist or something like that. All right. So if you've noticed on our map now, we have Rosewater Park is now underlined. So presumably, that's where we want to go. It's a very bright map. I'm sorry. It is a little bit bright. I could fix that. I could fix that. Hopefully this doesn't look too dark. Not the tarts. Dang. Place got fucked up. Oh no, lava? I don't know why he said lava. It's so weird that he said lava. He said what, cooling magma? So weird. We have not seen the hole yet. I want to point out this right here is a weird one. Order for groceries? Ooh. Get Pez. Yeah. It's got different layers of reality? No. I don't ascribe. I vehemently disagree with alternate dimensions or layers of reality or things like that. I think all of the Silent Hill games take place in the real world, unless you get pulled into a dream. But that no, I disagree. Poisoning. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. I believe this is blood swamp. Is blood. I think the settlers of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp. Oh. Hmm? In the pits of the abyss or the map layouts that don't make much sense. The real world is being twisted by the nightmare. In Silent Hill 1, this is because of Alessa's psychic powers, causing her nightmare to escape her head and manifest in the real world, which changes it into a dream-like version of reality that she is picturing, or that is in her head. So it's a combination of memories and nightmares about those locations that are twisting the real world into that image in Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2, it's about the spiritual power, but we'll get to that. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We'll get there. This land surrounding this monument was originally swamp. It was later filled in. Long ago, something nicknamed Blood Swamp, because the somethings poured the water used to wash the execution tools, something like that. Perhaps it's something that many people seem to have maybe settled in the area? Ah! Turn away! Perhaps it's for the best. That makes sense. Ash! Oh my goodness! Hello! How are you? Silent Hill take place in the Alan Wake universe? No. I see where you're going, but no. All in the real world, then, to me, I would think that all the visitors to Silent Hill would see very obvious effects whenever something started interacting with one person, like roads falling into giant valleys, cars driving on them, seeing buildings get physically twisted into pretzels from the outside. So, they do. In Silent Hill 2, when James is around Angela or Eddie, their manifestations interact with each other. We see some of Eddie's and Angela's manifestations when they are around. The same with they see James's when they're around him. In Silent Hill 1, they established that this town is basically abandoned at this point. Lisa says that all of the young people moved away, followed by Kaufman telling us that everyone disappeared when the fog and the snow moved in. So they were either transported into the dream, or left. The town of Silent Hill doesn't have cars running or people in it. It's an abandoned town. I feel like people aren't considering hallucinations as to a reason why stuff happens in Silent Hill. Oh, no. Too many people are. It's really annoying. People look at that line from Silent Hill 3 when Vincent says, oh, they look like monsters to you. And they're like, all the monsters are hallucinations. They're actually real people. And Heather's a murderer. She's been killing real people because she sees them as monsters. And it's like, no, he's just fucking with you. Like, he's just a piece of shit. Vincent sucks. We see what James sees. He sees versions of Eddie and Angela's monsters, but through his interpretation. They are, yes. Well, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Silent Hill isn't abandoned? Yeah, it is. Yeah. It used to be a tourist town. It's just not anymore. It hasn't been for a couple of years, yeah. Ever since the events of Silent Hill 1, which is when the town was abandoned. It wasn't even a creepy place back then. It's currently a tourist town, I assure you. I can prove it's not. Because we never see that in any of the games when any character visits. In fact, when you're driving there in Silent Hill 3, Douglas says that he heard of someone who once went to this town and disappeared. Nobody's been there since. But hey, if you want an explanation on why people think that Silent Hill takes place in different universes, it's because of a weird Game Facts article. Go check my YouTube channel if you want to watch a video about that. I got a video about Silent Hill 1 over there. It's actually really strange. Explanation as to why the protag is named James. One of his parents. It's a shameless plug. Okay, I want to go to Neely Street first. A lot of the names are Twin Peaks references. James certainly might be one of those.
Oh geez. I hope Silent Hill F avoids all of this canon nonsense and just be its own unique concept.
Ooh boy. That would be nice. Alright, so a lot of these named locations on the maps are places that you can go inside of, which is nice and helpful. Neely's Bar is an important one, because it's where you can get the map that gives you a lot of information here. A lot of circled points of interest, question marks as to where you want to go, as well as telling you how to get to Rosewater Park, or at least back from it. The question mark at the end of Martin Street there is the key to get to the Woodside Apartments, which is how you get to Rosewater Park. The game is pretty good at signposting. I don't know. It's pretty good. Jacqueline Hyde, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Yeah, I'm sorry for disagreeing with chat so hard. I didn't mean to be mean about it. Yeah. Only reason I'd believe this town is somewhat active still is that James and him and his wife came here and in special places all over this town. Yeah, they did come here when it was a tourist town. Probably, before Silent Hill 1. There's not a clear indication of when that was. It could have been 10, 15 years ago. Really unclear. Until Silent Hill Book of Memories tries to attach years to it by saying that the Book of Memories is the reason that all of the events in Silent Hill take place, because people are writing into the book and changing their pasts. Don't play Book of Memories. It's really bad. Don't do that one. There's still people here, right? Because Silent Hill 3 found a small number of cult members to be around, like Vincent and Claudia's dad. Possibly. It's not entirely clear how much of the cult is still hanging around. It certainly seems like Vincent is running a place that's not necessarily in Silent Hill, but probably near there.
What's that? Book of Memories? Play it? Alright, if you say so, fun.
No! No! Does it connect to The Room? Tommy Wiseau's The Room? Or Silent Hill 4, The Room? There was a hole here. It's gone now. There was a he, him hole here. So, I think this is a decent explanation for... This is cluing us into what's going on with those roads, I think. The world itself is twisted and convoluted. It is being changed. There was a hole here. It's gone now. The same way that there was a street that led to Rosewater Park. It's gone now. It doesn't even necessarily need to be like supernatural. In Silent Hill 1, it's clear that a lot of those holes are supernaturally deep. They're very impossible. In this game, they're much more just like sinkholes. They're very big potholes. Alright, I'm gonna follow Neely Street all the way south, I think. That's what I'm gonna do. South Neely Street. Something down here that I want to take a look at. Makes the Nightmare in 1, the manifestations in 2, and stuff in 3 mechanically consistent. Let's see, stretch that over 4. What do you mean Lost Memories stuff? Book of Lost Memories? Yeah, sorry. No, don't be. Yeah, I sort of agree with that. Like, alright. Let me go ahead and... Let me lay it on the line. I'm gonna save it for later, but okay. Alright, fine. I was gonna save it for later. The events of Silent Hill 1. Silent Hill 2 establishes that the town has a spiritual power that exists in the land around it. That has existed long before the town, long before people moved there. That there used to be a bunch of ancient tribes who revered this as a somewhat sacred place. There is a latent spiritual power of the land. But it wasn't like... It wasn't bad, it wasn't evil, it wasn't creepy, it wasn't like manifesting shit. It was just a spiritual power that existed. They exist all over the place. Probably. There were a couple of weird events that go on in town, like a boat disappearing. There was that one murderer, serial killer who got caught. But like, for the most part, pretty regular town. Except for the weird cult. But they were pretty secretive. And they weren't hurting anybody, probably. Although they were abusing a lot of kids, because they had a weird orphanage outside of town. Don't worry about it. In Silent Hill 1, a little girl with psychic powers is born. The cult tries to use her to bring about the return of their god. Through a series of magic rituals, right? The events of Silent Hill 1 are what cause the spiritual power of the town to become corrupted. In Silent Hill 1, Alessa's psychic powers cause her nightmares to manifest into the real world. And the psychic and the spiritual power of the town, in my opinion, in my interpretation, gets caught into a cycle of calling out to people who have nightmares to manifest. It reaches out to people who have darkness in their hearts in order to manifest their nightmares. It's not a willful thing. It's not on purpose. It's just what the event was that caused it to happen, and it gets stuck into this cycle of repeating. It's trapped in an endless loop of manifesting the nightmares and the darkness of people who wind up coming to this town. This is only true in Silent Hill 2, though, because in Silent Hill 3, it's Heather's latent powers. It's the soul of Alessa that's in her, being manipulated by the power of Claudia's faith. That causes the nightmare to happen. That's why it's not happening in Silent Hill. That's why when they go to Silent Hill, it's just an empty town. It's pretty regular, and then the nightmare appears because of Heather. And in Silent Hill 4, after Walter Sullivan did the sacrifice of 10 hearts, he gained what is called the power of God, which allows him to basically have the same powers as Alessa, making his thoughts manifest in reality. He starts pulling people into his dreams, which is where most of the game takes place, is inside his dreams, and then his dream starts escaping into the apartment building. Doesn't really take place in Silent Hill. Doesn't really need to. But all of these games are about the barriers between dreams and reality breaking down. About reality becoming more dreamlike, about dreams becoming real. That's what they're about. That's the games. That's them. Fear of the blood tends to create fear for the flesh. For some reason, I always want to visit this little camper here. Personally, think the town could theoretically be cleansed or healed again via the application of enough catharsis, but it is immediately simply personal theory. Sure, yeah. No. There's room for that, sure. It's even possible that Silent Hill 2 causes that to happen. Because we don't get any implication. There's not a lot of implications that the town is still doing this after Silent Hill 2. Because we only see the game very briefly in 3, or the town very briefly in 3, and it's not really clear what's going on in it for normal people. So, yeah. I think that's a fine interpretation. There's room for that. Maybe the ritual ending was canon, and that caused the town's spiritual power to be healed. Who knows? I don't know. Just the best place to eat in Silent Hill before it was abandoned? Maybe Konami Burger? They used to be really, really good, and then they started like charging exorbitant fees for like fries and shit. Like it's all microtransactions all the time, and then they turned into a gambling parlor, and you don't even want to go there anymore. Place fucking sucks. I'm going to say the best place to eat in Silent Hill is from one of my least favorite games in the series, because there is a Wonderland-themed burger joint in Shattered Memories. And it's cute. I don't like that game very much, but that part is fun. There's like a white rabbit meal you can get. It's very funny. I look at Ritual as the bad ending. Same. It's the one where James can't move on. It is probably the worst ending. Ritual's a very bad ending to this game. There's a memo. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. So what's cute about this is that Neely's Bar tells us, it's got the little circle down here, which tells us to go to this little camper, just in case you find Neely's first. But if you find this camper first, like if you go just totally the wrong way, it points out that you can go to Bar Neely's. Like if you wander around enough in this town, you can kind of check out wherever, right? And what you want to wind up doing is going to Rosewater Park, but you'll quickly find that this and this are totally blocked off, and so is this over here. So not a lot of places you can go. Your next inclination might be just to go up the alley, in which case you will find the key to the apartments, right? So you can do that pretty naturally when you play this game. I think a lot of people will wind up doing that their first time through. That said, if you get really frustrated, you might try to go totally the opposite direction. And this is the farthest location from where you probably should be, which is why they hid some supplies down here, as well as a note that says go to Bar Neely's. You go to Bar Neely's and it tells you, hey, there's a key here. You can go through here, go here. There's a little map you can pick up. So if you're going the wrong direction, this game has ways of kind of giving you a little advice. Just like, hey, maybe you should check out this thing. It's very rare you're wandering around in this game with no idea of where to go, you know? It's just good game design. Which is more than I can say for something like Downpour. Ugh. Just ignore Neely's and the camper? Yep, there's nothing in there you need. How long does it take to get to the far point to the bar? Let me see. From the camper to the bar. We left the camper. Here's the bar. So, you know, pretty quick. And then from this bar to the alley, again, pretty quick. Should not be watching a horror game stream just before going to bed. I'm so sorry. Big J's. Fancy gifts. T's Italian restaurant. Accurate. Fabrication and welding? Oh no. I love this part. Oh, it's such a creepy noise. Need car? I know, right? There it is. Oh. What a good little jump scare. That was a good one. It's cute because there's that little like build up beforehand, you know, your radio's going off, you're getting that like whirring noise. It's almost mechanical. It's a lot like the smoke monster in Lost. What? Angela said it first, okay? Lost? Man, okay. When I do the Lost Mentioned redeem, should it be Angela saying Lost? Oh my goodness. Just want to point out something here, real quick. It's a nice jacket this thing's got on. Green jacket, blue jeans, some black shoes. Interesting. So why does this game's stats feel it's important to time your rowing speed across the lake? Oh, that's a great question. Why did they change the rowing controls based on your difficulty? You know, if you're playing this game on easy or normal, you can just press forward to go forward. But if you're playing on hard, you have to rotate the two analog sticks like you're rowing a boat. What a weird game. What a weird video game. That's based on your combat difficulty too? It's very strange. Also, I know where the pizza came
One
from.
thing I like in
I can
streams
answer
is
that.
when someone has an arbitrary counter, burps, saying wowie or whatnot. It
Your
might
favorite food
catch up
was
just to see
walls.
How many times you mentioned lost
You
at the
binkied
time.
3 times. I know where the pizza came from. I can explain it. I'm going to talk about it when we get there. But let me just say, the pizza is Eddie's Maria. But I'll talk about it when we get there. The pizza is also Elisa, yeah. Maria is Elisa. The pizza is also Elisa. It's critical to the story. I got the apartment gate key. Jeez, can't believe Eddie is eating your wife. Damn.
When Paige makes a sudden reveal, you hear bun bun bun.
The opening quote of Silent Hill 1, death is the end of every worldly sore? Oh, right. The original opening quote. Huh. Did they change it? I guess that's Silent Hill fact I never knew. I'm not aware of that one. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Hey. Dear Diary, I had dinner with a cute femboy today, but as soon as they seen the smoke of a car exhaust, they started to talk about Lost's fog monster for 3 hours. Interesting. The Gaming Muse is really good Silent Hill 1 video? Interesting. I'll have to look that up.
You know why the layers of Silent Hill theory that you hate so much got so much traction? It makes actual goddamn sense.
Lucky Jade Restaurant. Oh, that there's like alternate dimensions? Why would you need that though? That feels like it's more confusing. Because then you have characters like Harry Mason saying it's being taken over, invaded by the other world. And then you're like, what is it? Does he mean the fog dimension? What does that mean? I feel like it's more confusing if there's like different universes. This is silly. I feel like it's easier to just say that the world is influenced by nightmares. Get you out of here. Okay. God. God. Unless his nightmares affect the real world? I can point out a few other... Okay. Can somebody exclamation YouTube in chat? I've got like a 3-hour video about Silent Hill 1. I talk about how much I love it so fucking much. Please feel free to check that out. I don't know, later. If you like, I also got one about Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 2. I'm really proud of them. Matt did an excellent job editing them. I think the Alan Wake one is going to be next. And then this one. This should be the next video. So I'm excited. Oh. Oh, hey. Another weird-looking corpse with a green jacket and blue jeans. Black shoes. Interesting. So, there's an interesting precedent this game sets up that I do want to point out really quick, because the Silent Hill HD collection totally fucks this up. But in Silent Hill 2 and 3, the games go out of their way to avoid showing the faces of people who are actually dead. In Silent Hill 3, they have some interesting ways of hiding it behind the letterboxing during cutscenes. And this game has their faces twisted and obscured. Although these aren't necessarily real people. These might also be just manifestations. Wow. Clever way to recycle assets, for sure. There's a memo on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. So this is a cute one. Because this is at the top of Neely Street. So this might be the second location. Yeah, this is probably at least based on a real person, which I think a lot of things in the town are. I don't think there's manifestations that just come out of nowhere. I think there's, like, I think they have to be based on something. So again, if you're talking about, like, gameplay, this is the first place a person's gonna try. This is probably the second, because this looks like a road that goes up to Rosewater Park where you want to be. So if you go up here, if you're just trying to find more ways to get there, the game goes ahead and rewards you with a little tutorial here. A few little details about playing the game. Of human desires and psychology? Yes. Usually of the games... Silent Hill 2 is the only one that is about the game's protagonists' psychology, I would say. 3, a little bit. But in 4, it's about the villain, and in 1, it's about Alessa, and 3 is also kind of about Alessa, but it's also about Claudia. But it's also about Heather. This is why I think Silent Hill 2 is one of the worst things to ever happen to the Silent Hill series, because every game after 4 is about the protagonist's inner demons. And stop it. Just stop it. Torn memo pages on the ground. Games can be about characters who aren't the protagonist. Silent Hill 1 is about Alessa. Ugh. Henry's a block of wood someone mistakenly gave sentience to. Yeah. But so's Harry. But we love Harry. Harry's such a good dad. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean what I saw was an illusion? I know what you're gonna say. This is possibly the hallucination thing. This is possibly the alternate universes thing. And not necessarily. Because there's characters in this game like Laura who don't see anything, but that's just because the town doesn't manifest things around her. What about the normal residents of Silent Hill? In Silent Hill 1, Lisa says all of the young people moved away. A lot of the people that were left were members of that weird cult, and they disappeared when the fog and the snow moved in during Silent Hill 1. The town has been abandoned since. There you go. Whether that demon that ate human beings was real or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. If you're going to try and fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger, and don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away. So there you go. These are a tutorial. They're a tutorial. It takes a lot longer than that for the town to die. It's been on the downswing for years. It used to be like a bustling tourist town, but then the economy happened. And like Laura said, or like Lisa said, most of the young people wound up moving away. It was capitalism. It was capitalism that killed them. Silent Hill 1 just finished them off. Bullet. Health. What's that? Apartments. Examine. Photo of Mary. Aw, look at that Mary. So, I think a lot of people know about the letter from Mary, but did you know it's different on subsequent playthroughs? The letter from Mary changes on your second playthrough onwards. If I'm not mistaken. The first playthrough, when you read it, it's just the first 4 lines or so. But every time you read it on your subsequent playthroughs, I believe it plays the entire thing. It's just James's opening, it's just the opening monologue on your first playthrough. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now in our special place, waiting for you. So that's the whole letter on your first playthrough. But if you're on New Game Plus, I believe there's more to it. I could be mistaken, but I believe it's her entire ending monologue. Meow, meow. Harry never had a plank of wood? No, he had a pipe. He had a big lead pipe. Which is pretty cool. Hey, did you see how the camera angle changed there? That means you can go in here. That means you can go in that door. It's letting me know I can go in the door because it changed the camera angle. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Kingdom Hearts! No? What do you mean no? You're wrong, Pyramid Head. I know now, without a doubt. The door that wakes in darkness is light. I can't believe James got Norded. Alright, we use the key to get in here now. Is this where we find garbage? No use for that. Good night, James. Have a great one. Sweet dreams. If I lived here, I would be pissed at all of these like chain link fences around here. How are you supposed to park? You can't even get into your garage. Annoying. Awful. With barbed wire, right? Yeah. I think this place has been condemned.
Okay, Bun, this has bothered me for a long time. When those monsters in the street walk up to you, they do some little wiggle. I never figured out why they just run up to you and wiggle.
They're the Wiggle Man. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Ah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Ah. Yeah. I was watching a video recently because I was like, gonna play Silent Hill 2.
15 buns, 15 hills, 15 silence.
No, Tozu, thank you. Oh my goodness. There was a video that I was looking at because I was like, oh, I'm gonna play Silent Hill 2. I want to go ahead and long time for a town to die. I mean, there are theoretically still people here. I mean, Claudia, Vincent,
Bun, did you just make
some of their
an
cult members.
LMFAO reference in this year of our Lord 2024?
I may have. I'm sorry. But also, the town turned into a living nightmare for a while, and that's a lot. There's a video I was watching because I was like, oh, I'm gonna play some Silent Hill 2. I love that game. I want to brush up on what the dealio is. Trash. So, saw a video that was like, who is Pyramid Head? And I was like, oh no. Okay, I guess I'll watch this one. Video starts out. Video starts out going, Moonlight Kitsune, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. It's like, who is Pyramid Head really? And I was like, okay, I'll watch this one. And Video is going, hey, Silent Hill 2 is a psychological horror game. You can apply psychological principles to it. And I was like, yes, yeah, you can. Sure, sure. I did that with Jungian psychology and Alan Wake. I believe that's true. Sure, sure. Prismatic Fairy, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. I was like, yeah, sure. And they started talking about Freud's principles. And I was like, yes, Silent Hill 2 definitely has aspects of repression, specifically sexual repression. The character of Mary could be seen as something of a motherly figure who also James is resentful of because of his sexual desires for. And Pyramid Head is a masculine force that must be overcome in order to get to Mary. So there is an aspect of kill your father, fuck your mother,
YouTube creator,
Freudian
Pyramid
fuck
Head
up
explained
fuckery.
by, where's my blood pressure medication?
And I'm like, okay, I think you could go here. I think you could do this. And the video goes, well, Freud separates the self into the id, the ego, and the superego. And Pyramid Head is James's id. I was like, probably not. Close, but no metaphor for a penis.
Psychological frameworks for textual analysis? I'm afraid not.
Nailed it. No cigar. Yeah. All right. I want to talk about this room in depth. I want to talk about this room. I want to talk about camera angles, and I want to talk about how much I love this game. But I gotta use the washroom. I'll be right back. Enjoy your break. Oh, I'm sorry, Thallium. I hope you feel better. Oh, gosh.
One weird thing from census data from Centralia, PA. In 2000, there were 21 people, pop 100% white. In 2010, 10 people, 100% white. In 2020, 5 people, 80% white, 20% Asian. Someone moved to Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Huh. Interesting. Huh. New work put together next week. Ooh. Good luck with your interview. Aw. Team Silent moving to Centralia. No. Ah. Goodness. What else did I miss? In that guy's defense, you can maybe make the case that Pyramid Head represents irrational urges James is ashamed to have, since he does kind of represent an unconstrained head. Yes. And the video did go on to say something like that. I didn't want to imply that the video was just bullshit. It wasn't bad. There was a lot of work put into it. It was alright. It was alright. Oh, have a good night, Molly. Sorry. No, he want you.
Apparently he do.
Yeah.
Why?
Thank you, Prismatic. Oh my goodness. Good to see ya.
Why do you squeak? Squeaky boy. We need an oil can for you? Can I get a typewriter?
Anyway. Alright, where was I going with this? Yeah, sorry. Alright, give me one sec. Okay. Alright. Alright, okay. Prismatic Fairy, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Appreciate that. Oh my gosh. Silent Hills, I think. I don't know if I've ever played a game from Kojima that I would call bad. I think it would be a good game. I don't know if it would have been a good Silent Hill. But, it definitely would have been interesting, and I wish it existed. Alright. This is one of those fascinating things that you can do with camera angles in this game that's so good. Because when you walk in this room, there's a low angle shot with a light pointing at you. The camera angle here, similarly to the alleyway in Silent Hill 1.
No sub for me. I already had a pizza.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed it. Similarly to the alleyway in Silent Hill 1, feels like it's leering at the player. It's watching you. It almost feels first person. And as you walk into the room and see James silhouetted in the light here, you see a figure on the right-hand side of the screen, which moves in. This can be quite startling the first time you see it, especially if it's incredibly dark there, if you're watching this on a CRT.
My good doctor, the only sub here is the streamer Limes Nodders.
Yeah. And then you notice that it's a very familiar looking figure.
An anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
That's true.
Hey there, Bun. Nubbacon here. Did I ever tell you about the time I touched a phoenix? It gave me bird-degree burns.
No! Put some Neosporin on it. Thank you, One Arm. Anyway. I love that this looks like a figure until you walk forward enough to see that it's missing its head. The framing here, yes, is accusatory, and specifically, there are a lot of similarities between like the collar, the pattern on the collar here, and the pattern on the skirt, and the sweater. These are Mary's clothes. There's also something on the couch back there that I'm going to talk about in a second. Because I love that when you pick up the flashlight, it switches from pointing at the camera to pointing away so that you can see what's behind the mannequin. Because it's shrouded in darkness back there, you don't see the mannequin until you pick up the flashlight and it flips the opposite direction. Very good. I think most horror games now would have a musical sting when this happens, but Silent Hill is just quiet, which I think is much more effective. The Silent Hill games know when to use silence as much as they know when to use noise and music, which is something that they're very, very good at that a lot of games are not. Ruined the rug, it really tied the room together. I'm sorry. They also know when to use hills, yes. But also this room is just full of like mannequin parts. It's kind of weird. There's a note with a cutout magazine attached to it. There's a title written on the front side. Searching for another conclusion. Okay, so fun fact. Have y'all ever picked up this memo? This is an important one. This is an important memo that changes every playthrough. It's going to change every playthrough. You'll only find this memo once. Each time you find it, it's a different one, and you'll only find each of them one time, because searching for another conclusion is telling you how to get an ending of the game that you haven't gotten yet. Which ending it points you to is random, but after your first playthrough, every subsequent playthrough will tell you how to get a different ending. It's very cool. Does it consider the joke ending? I believe so. I believe the joke ending is in here. Ritual is, at least. So let's see which ending it tells us about today. How to be a happy couple. Do you really love her in sickness and in health? If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times, never turn to another woman. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with all your very life. After all, true love means a willingness to sacrifice. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. So that's telling us how to get the ending for the Mary one. It's like, don't turn to another one. Fight for all your life. Like, yeah, it's very cute. Yeah. So each time you play this, you're gonna find a different note here. And you'll only find each note once. What a cute little detail. Especially if this game wants you to play multiple times to get multiple endings. Which I think the Silent Hill games do. I think these games are as short as they are because they kind of want you to play them more than once. Then quit. There's no sense being a damn fool about it. I wonder if that's what the in-water clue sounds like. Because there's definitely a clue for how to get the in-water ending, and... pretty depressing, probably. Were his footprints bloody in that room? Oh, James's? If you walk through a puddle of blood, your footprints get bloody for a short amount of time. I walked through the blood of the mannequin. A lot of doors on the floors. There's a newspaper on the ground, but there's nothing interesting written on it. I guess another thing about a remake of this game that I don't want to see is not having these static camera angles. Silent Hill 2 with a third-person camera, just... I don't know. Like, you could probably do it, but I don't think so. Nearly as effective as it is without the camera angles, yeah. Does anyone actually replay games like these?
At what point does a mannequin become a mannequin?
I think so. It really depends. I've been doing it more recently.
But Bun, it'll be like a real horror game, like Resident Evil 4, or 5, or 6.
Yeah. I mean, it probably will. Here's the thing, is that I really like how Silent Hill 1 kind of gives you... The ending of Silent Hill 1, like the bad ending, gives you clues as to how to get the plus endings. Like some of those endings leave things to be desired. So you might want to play through because there's multiple endings, you know? And games like this also have a bunch of other things in them. Like there's different memos, there's different things like that. So if you really want to dig into the game and understand it, then yeah, it might take a couple playthroughs. And that's okay. Because that's one way of doing multiple endings. And then there's stuff like, gosh, I really liked the way Armored Core 6 does it, where you get different ending routes. There's new missions, new parts. And I also like stuff like Nier, or Nier Automata, where the second and third playthroughs are actually just a new game, just a completely different game. Oh, I love this old television. There's nothing unusual about it. Could you imagine playing Silent Hill on one of these? Makes it look like Homecoming? That's a dire statement. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. There's a clue for the next puzzle. It's a little bit different depending on what difficulty you're on. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. You're on max hard, right? No, I'm on normal. Whoever wrote this poetry sucks. Oh. Well, it was probably Jeremy Blaustein. He was the localization director for this game. So he probably wrote it. That's a little harsh. 11:42 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It is locked. Henry, Mildred, and Scott.
Show of hands, who wants a poetry reading stream from Bun?
Well, I am going to do that, actually. It's already in the books. I'm going to do a poetry reading, and I'm going to put it up on as a podcast thing or something. Not like a stream, but like I'm just going to record it. Good night, Pangolin. Thanks for hanging out. Damn, Banui gonna become a podcast, bro. Yes. I love the noise here.
Bun, how does one read poetry without butchering it?
The trick is to get a feel for the meter and then follow that. There should be a rhythm to it. That's more important than the rhyme. This creepy ambience area. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it.
Is the world ready for a white rabbit with a podcast?
Ow!
Ha ha.
Hey, wait! Damn it.
Children! James got fucking owned! Who is that kid? Damn. Kids suck. James will never recover from this. Devastating. This is a cute room too. You can see already all the shell casings on the floor there. And there's just bullet holes all over these walls. James could have used a log stick to grab it, but where is he going to get a log stick from? Those are impossible to find. Nobody's got a long stick. Silly. We can use the gun to grab it. It's like the lock is broken. Does it? Does it look to you like that lock is broken, or does it look like the handle is gone?
J.J. Abrams movie.
Does it look like the lock is broken, or does it look like they shot the knob off?
Why do you hate children? Don't you know you were one once? Exactly.
No, I wasn't. I detest children, and I'm glad I never was one. She doesn't see them. She doesn't have a bunch of negative emotional baggage. She's just a kid. Yep. And that's why the town doesn't manifest things around her. But it's not like if there was a monster standing there, she wouldn't see it. It's just that the monsters aren't around her because they're not. Because they don't manifest there. It's probably why Maria doesn't want to be around her either. Got the gun now. Is that gonna help us? Thing is, Laura would make the perfect shield in Silent Hill. Ironically, if James and Laura hung out, like if they just traveled with each other, they neither of them, there probably wouldn't be all these monsters around. It would probably be the best thing to do for them to travel together, but they don't. Because this is a game about a character who struggles with interpersonal relationships and finds other people uncomfortable. People in solidarity, there'd be no monsters, exactly. Because we would unionize against them. Laura's been given a bad opinion of James. She probably should have one, though. She's probably right. Dang. Oh, I haven't tried 201. Okay. No, 201 doesn't have a door. 'Too bad we're not Solid Snake. We could plant some C4 on this? Does Harry walk so funny? In Silent Hill 1? He's just like that. As a former teacher, do you recommend writing in pen or pencil? Electronically these days. Just type them. Oh my goodness. Egdraris, the Hellspawn. Thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? Depends on what you're writing, though. I have a strong opinion about that. James has a little bit of a funny walk. It's a shopping cart. What is that doing here? James has never stolen a shopping cart before? Lame. Did you teach? Was it math or something lame? I got my degree in literature. So actually what I'm doing is using my teaching degree right now. This is what I'm doing with it. PhD in Silent Hillology.
Oh no. We've been tricked.
Oh, I like that noise. I like that little scream.
Oh good. A gun. I can use it on that child that hit me later. Oh, you have a lit degree? Neat. Can you get this cigar lit for me? Greater than 3. I suppose we are less rowdy than the average class.
Hey. Okay, so you remember last time we were in this room? That television was not on and there was no body there. I like that you can also see that the chair has been dragged, pushed.
I'd say on the other hand, but I don't know anything about that.
Aww. Say that the chair has been dragged or pushed closer to the television there.
Sorry, that sounded less mean in my head. 3.
Oh. You're fine. That haircut looks familiar.
God. Who could have?
Instead, who could have done this? Did my senior English paper on Silent Hill 2 and my teacher was very confused. Oh.
Unlike other classes, it's not at all weird that folks in here have a crush on the teacher.
It was Dio. Zawardo. We're all trying to find who's responsible for this. Just Pyramid Head in a fucking hot dog suit. For one of my English classes, I did a video essay about Silent Hill 2, or Metal Gear Solid 2.
I don't have a crush on the teacher and you can't prove it. Just ignore all the flirting I've ever done. Just ignore it.
I'm ignoring. I love the lighting right here, by the way. This is good heckin' stuff. Moths. God, the sound design is so good. Alright, there's two things I want to talk about right here real quick. Whew. Yeah. Okay. This is one of those instances where if you take something sterile and make it unclean, it evokes this kind of disgust reaction, right? As human beings, if we look at a bedroom, but it's filled with bugs, and there's a hole in the wall, there is no person who's going to want to reach into that hole, right? Not because we don't know what's in it, but because we can imagine what's in there. I don't want that. What is that green stuff leaking out of it? I don't want bugs in my bedroom. That is the bugs now. I will vacate. Close it off. Cement over the room. I don't want it. It's dirty and gross. Ah. This bedroom has its own slime hole. Fancy. Another thing I want to point out is that the use of color in this game. Oh my goodness. Ran in a cage. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Thank you. Gosh. We're the standard hotel green slime dispenser. I have not, unfortunately. So what's interesting here is the use of this game's green and red. Green and red are a really tough color combo. They're very difficult to put together without looking too Christmassy. That's kind of the risk you're running here. But there's a really good reason for doing these. And it's because red evokes things like blood and guts and gore in the inside of people. Like red is obviously, you know, color theory. It's got more positive connotations than negative ones, but certainly it's also indicative of blood. However, the green is like a rot. You'd see green as like a fungus or a mold or an infection. There's something about green and red together in the human mind that evokes this feeling of uncleanliness, of sickness. There's a grossness to these two things being together. Yeah, if you see green coming out of you, that's usually pretty bad. It's this really, it's this combination that is sickness, you know, blood and bile, exactly. And it's gross. And I understand why Silent Hill 2 really leans into it, because they're both a contrast between like the warm blood and the cold bile. Like a cool color and a warm color, you make one of them pop a lot more. But also, this is a game about illness in some respect, you know?
We prefer organic, locally sourced black mold for our living space.
Blah. In Silent Hill 1, that game uses a lot of like dark colors and it's like very dark environments. Part of the reason for that is that it's a game about nightmares. It's a game about darkness and sleep. It's why the when the nightmare is affecting reality, there's a fade out. And this game is much more about the world being infected by the nightmare. It's much more of a thing that exists that's kind of seeping into reality like a sickness or a cancer, you know? It's gross. And I like it's also a bold color choice because it's not like, it's kind of a vibrant red and green. And I want to point out something that I really, really love about this part, which is this scene right here is primarily green. There is a lot of green in this, which is dulling the red. But when we reach into the hole, it's going to block the flashlight, and we're going to see that the green isn't a light, it's the texture of the wall. And so, as soon as James reaches into this hole, the color temperature of this whole scene changes in a way that is meant to evoke a really uncomfortable response. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of this hole.
Fun is a follower of Nurgle. Got it.
You turn from green to red in the temperature of this scene. Ugh. Gross. I feel like James really shouldn't be reaching in there. Now lick
the key.
James pulled out real quick. That's why they call him the Pull-Out King. People call him that.
You gotta lick it to claim it, James. Do it.
The little moths are following his flashlight, yeah. Here, Konami botched the HD version of this game. You have no idea how badly. So badly. When I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. Botch is an understatement. Yeah. I missed that scene. I don't know about that scene in particular, but I do know that if you're in the apartment building and you stand in a puddle and do a quick turn, in the HD version, it makes a metal grate noise, like a clang, 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 and I don't know why. It's really weird. They messed up all of the sound effects. Seems like a problem. It certainly seems like it, yeah. It's on hardwood? Yeah, carpet. They basically lost the original code, which they didn't care. It was, not to defend them here, but like, a lot of times, if you were developing a video game back in like the 80s, 90s, 2000s even, you throw away the source code when you're done. Like, that was really common because, what do you need it for? You would probably rather have that space on floppy disk than, or I guess later on CDs. You would probably rather have that space rather than that data, because it's not really used for anything. That said, they also lost the source code for Metal Gear Solid. And when Bluepoint made an HD collection of that, it was fine. It's very good. There's a couple of complaints I've got. They're very minor issues, but that was fine. And they're just using retail copies of the game. Silent Hill has a PC version. You could just port that. It already runs in HD at 60 frames a second. You could clean that up a bit and then port it to the PlayStation and Xbox. Like, why not? Blim. I don't think they needed the source code. I think they may have needed the source code, but I don't think if they paid for a better studio, they would need the source code. I think it's more to do with the fact that that studio's previous games were Karaoke Revolution 3, Karaoke Revolution 2, and Karaoke Revolution. I think that's got more to do with it than missing source code. But that's just me. Don't you be dissing Karaoke Revolution? I've got nothing against Karaoke Revolution. I'm just saying making a Karaoke Revolution game probably doesn't properly prepare you for making an HD remaster, especially after the Metal Gear Solid collection already came out and Bluepoint could have done it. Why didn't they have Bluepoint do it? It's because they were more expensive. I do like Para Para Paradise quite a bit. Again, the company's cheap and doesn't care. Yes. I blame Konami for everything wrong with Silent Hill. 100%, yes. No option for the original SH3 voice cast as far as I'm aware. You are correct, yep. And they got... Was Vincent played by Vince Mignola? Is that right? Is that who they got to play Vincent? It's very weird. Don't like it. Don't like it at all.
Really, it's wild to me that video game people are the most outrageously underpaid people in software and their bosses still feel the need to cheap out.
Agreed. Yeah, big agree. Ugh. Okay. So I want to explain the cleverness in this wording right here real quick. So what this is telling us is that we need to set the clock hands, right? There are 3 needles of 3 different heights: the fat, the tall, and the thin. We've got hours, minutes, seconds, right? Easy enough. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So here's the thing. We look at the clock here. We notice that the second hand, the Scott hand, is set to 15 seconds. Not on 3, but 15, right? Yeah, get it? Okay. It's a cute clue because 15 is not a number on here, so you're not going to get overly confused. The other reason it tells us Scott is because I don't believe you can move the second hand. That's stuck right there. A decent clue to tell us that Scott is the second hand, right? Yeah, here we go. So we got to find out where the minute hand and the hour hand go. And we've got Henry and Mildred here. Now you could try these out and see which one's which. That's fine, but there's actually a much easier way to do this, and that's S is Scott and seconds, M is Mildred and minutes, H is Henry and hours. It's fine. It's cute. Cute little puzzle. This is like 9:05 or something like that. That sounds about right. Clunk. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Scars, scratches on a wall. Yeah. You know how it works. So, yeah. Cute little puzzle, good little clue. It's a little more cryptic on higher difficulties, but that's how you solved that one. I like these. These are fun.
Henry Mildred Scott, one of our lesser-known presidents.
Wait a minute. One of these apartments has a Mildred? And there was a gaping hole full of green ooze? We might be into the eyeball zone here. I like how green this door is. Does the apartment have thoughts? Well, it certainly has slime. In fact, the dream and reality are all mashed up. Does a good job explaining why there's all these puzzles, unlike some other series I could mention. So that's a good point. In Resident Evil, they explain why there's puzzles, and it's people who made, like, the architects that made these places were real fucked up. They were just like that. That's just how they were. Stop worrying about it. And I think that's cute. That's fun. I don't mind that. I think that's very cute. In Silent Hill 1, a lot of the puzzles are related in some way.
Just like regular architects.
Yeah, a little bit. In Silent Hill 1, a lot of the puzzles are because of Alessa's nightmares. So a lot of the places you interact with the puzzles are in a nightmare. Or at least reality succumbing to the nightmare taking over the real. And so a lot of them either have to do with the occult, which you get like in the school when there's when you use the hydrochloric acid on the hand to get the coin. I think that's the gold one. It's related to like alchemy in some way, or when you're collecting the religious symbols. But some of the puzzles are also about collecting 3 keys named after characters from Wizard of Oz, or collecting several plates which represent characters from Alice in Wonderland, because they're some of Alessa's favorite books. They're things that Alessa likes. And the puzzles themselves are a little bit simplistic, because they're the kind of things that a little girl might come up with a little bit. Like, they're from Alessa's mind. The things that stand in James's way, the puzzles that he has to overcome, are, because of the way that the manifestations work, they're basically self-inflicted. A lot of them are about punishment or crime. But other ones are simply about, like the last one we did, time. But there's an interesting way to look at them because of how the universe makes these self-inflicted. These are puzzles that are coming out of his mind to hold him back. It's kind of interesting. I'm a game dev, so hard to find excuses for player motivation with keys and locks. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense that you would turn those into different things, right? Instead of just having a key and a lock, instead of in Silent Hill 1, instead of having a box and you find a key and you open the box and there's a gold coin in it that you need to get into another location, it's a wax hand that's holding the key, or holding the coin, and then you have to use the acid on the hand. So there's a little bit of a leap of logic, but it's also, I mean, it's the same thing mechanically, but you've replaced a key with chemical and you've replaced a lock with a wax hand, and that is telling something to the player. It's using the same mechanics to tell the player something different narratively. Kind of interesting. I don't know. Kind of cool. It's a location for narrative design. Find the red key to open the red door progression. Understandably. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the sugar. Get there is. Thank you. Goodness. Simply eat the wax hand like a wax candy soda. Oh, fair. Sure. You know what I really like is, I've got in my room right now, Tale of Shinobi, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? Get out of here. I've got like a honeycomb.
No wonder Hess so mad at you, Bun. You can't just walk in on him like that.
It's so good. Hmm.
See, this is the right attitude. I encounter the physical manifestation of a part of my personality I'm uncomfortable with, and I simply open fire.
You just showed it. God, that scene is so creepy. Oh. Ah. Where to start? Move in relation to each other, but the nature of that movement is what? Yes. So, here's a thing that I think we should understand about the scene.
So anyway, I just started blasting.
When I was little, we had televisions that had, at any given time, there were probably 15, maybe 20 channels that were broadcasting. And the rest of them were static. But sometimes you get up real late at night, you turn to a weird channel, you can start getting audio from them. If you play around with the rabbit ears, you know the ones, you can start to pick up some weird images. And those channels you usually have to pay for. The way they did that was by encoding the signals so that your television picks them up properly. But, you could kind of see some of those, even if you didn't. I see this scene as kind of a similar thing, right? There's a clear implication of sex happening here. There is somebody's fucking, but like the way that we're watching it from the inside of a closet, leering at it, we're not supposed to be there, and we're watching somebody else having sex, but like also in the kind of way that it's not really a thing that we understand completely. That's a wild explanation of the scene. I suppose so. I don't think this is a super hot take, but like, this is the way that, like, if you're watching a porno through the static of a television from the understanding of someone who's never had it and doesn't know sex, this is not
Fun. If you're gonna pull the cuckoldry card right now, I will literally die.
No. Don't worry. But like, yeah, watching scrambled channels of porn when you were younger is probably the kind of feeling that this is supposed to evoke. There's something happening here that is not fully understood. And you can see more of the motion than the people involved. To quote Ito, this is a shot-for-shot remake of Blue Velvet where he watches a sexual assault. In that movie, the bad guy is a ball of rage and insanity and sexual violence. So, yeah. There is something violent and something sexual happening here. And there's a reason for that. There are figures in this game that are distinctly feminine in their coding. Like these mannequins, for instance. Or like the lying bodies. Or the nurses. But Pyramid Head is also explicitly coded masculine. That is a man. here's the thing. People are going to talk all day and night about Pyramid Head being James's sexual repression and things like that. And I think that's part of it. But the real thing is that Pyramid Head is a monster that James is worried he could be. Pyramid Head is the toxic masculinity that exists in James that he struggles to express.
He is also distinctly coded daddy for all the fangirls.
He is James Sunderland's Tyler Durden. Does that make sense? Yeah. Best stream. Yes. Seems just as much the tone of sexual impetus and frustration as it does still relate to actual sex too. I agree with that, yes. And with violence as well. They're going to say Fred Durst. As far as I know, Fred Durst has a much healthier relationship to sex than James or Pyramid Head ever will. As far as I know. You remember when Fred Durst signed a bunch of Sega Dreamcasts and gave them out to people who could beat him at Virtua Fighter? Soul Calibur? Was it Soul Calibur? It might have been Soul Calibur. Fascinates me about Pyramid Head is that he seems tortured and confused himself. Yeah. Which, the idea of... the reason that toxic masculinity exists as a concept is because... Okay.
So you're saying, just like Tyler Durden, I should emulate them in every way and make my entire personality that?
Do not emulate Pyramid Head in any way, shape, or form, please. The reason that the idea of toxic masculinity exists in comparison to masculinity is because there are conflicting expectations of men in our society. Men are supposed to be protective, supposed to be caretakers, but they're also supposed to be the violence doers. They're supposed to be calloused and unfeeling. They're supposed to be emotionally distant and strong. These are all conflicting things, both with each other and with the happiness of anyone else. Nobody who lived up to the expectations of masculinity in our society would be happy. And that's kind of the idea of this toxic masculinity, right? So James is feeling impotent.
Emulate Pyramid Head? Too late. Walks out, trying to pass their triangular head as a Phineas and Ferb cosplay instead.
James is struggling with his own impetus, which is represented in Pyramid Head, because Pyramid Head... This is creepy, I just don't know why. That's fair. That's fair. Pyramid Head is that kind of unfeeling, right? He is not emotional. His expression is he's got a giant fucking metal plate for a head, right? But he is strong. He is muscular. He is controlling and dominating, right? When he shows up in this scene. Pyramid Head is violent and sexual in a way that I feel like James worries he could be. I don't think James wants to be Pyramid Head. I think that James struggles with not being him, though. if that makes sense. There's also another much more explicit reason that James and Pyramid Head are a singular entity. Scream is still gnarly, like muscles grew, but not in a typical way. Like people who exercise? Yeah, true. I think I agree with that. Confronting his Jungian shadow, James is fated to be Pyramid Head. I would argue, if you wanted to take a Jungian approach to this, you would say that Pyramid Head represents James's anima, the masculine form that James must overcome, right?
So if this were Persona, Pyramid Head would be Shadow James and become his persona?
Oh, that happens in Silent Hill Revelation 3D. Except Pyramid Head is Heather's persona. Don't worry about it. Don't watch it. It's really bad. Isn't Animus the male side and Anima the female one? Yes. Yeah. I don't know if Jungian is the approach that I would take to this, though. Because I feel like this is somewhat similar to a much more Freudian thing. James's sexual repression, in a Freudian sense, is a source of a lot of his problems. And Pyramid Head may just be one of them. But Pyramid Head is also the masculine that he must overcome. He's the father that he must kill to fuck his mother. Again, in a Freudian sense. I think Freud is wrong about psychology, but if you want to apply it to Silent Hill, you can do that. That's kind of fun. It's a little silly, but it's alright.
Bun over here talking about Freud and Jung, and I'm over here putting all the blocks in the square hole.
Listening, watching to this at work is wild. I'm not the favorite coworker tonight. Aw! I hope you're having a good day at work, though. What is the other reason James and Pyramid Head are one or connected? We'll see them later. I will talk about them in the future. Because they relate to some future events. Freud was only right about a video game made 100 years after his death. True, though. It is true, though. Alright, we got the fire escape key. That's good. I remember where we used that. Should also check the courtyard real quick. Okay. Enough time to shower between now and then? It'll be in a future stream, yes, absolutely. I will talk about that. Probably our third, maybe fourth stream of this game. Canned juice! Love it. For some reason, all of my patients want to have sex with their parents. You considered that's a you thing. Love a canned juice. I'm a little bit upset. I missed something that I wanted to talk about before going into the apartments here. Apple juice. Maybe I should load a game so I can go check it. Really quick. Try to be speedy about it. But there is a thing I wanted to talk about before we get too far into the apartment buildings. Run, James! Run! I can kind of understand, I think, why Pyramid Head got as popular as he did. He's kind of the first time... Yeah, because a dog. Thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. He's one of the first times we get, like, a cutscene about a Silent Hill enemy. He's kind of the first time a Silent Hill monster doesn't die after we fight it. He's got a lot more build-up. It's also very weird that he's a singular entity. Like, a lot of the monsters in this game are comparable with other monsters. There's a bunch of different ones. Like, one lying body is replaceable with another lying body, but there's only one real Pyramid Head, until there's two of them. Don't worry about that. Okay, so maybe... Maybe I was wrong, but I thought we got the newspaper article before... Oh, maybe it's after we use the canned juice. Okay. We'll burn that bridge once we get to it. It's about time we had this weird, vague, horrific thing and not a pop culture icon. Agreed. Also, I keep calling him Pyramid Head. Up until the end of this game, he's only referred to as the Red Pyramid thing by James and others, although the name Pyramid Head does show up one time in this game. Once. And it's in an item description from the item you pick up off of him after you defeat him in a boss fight. There is a crimson egg and a... Is it crimson and yellow? There's two eggs you pick up at the end of the game that says Pyramid Head in the item description. That's the only place in the game that is. Otherwise, it's just Red Pyramid thing. I don't know. I don't know how important that is to point out, but there it is. Eggy. That's where Pyramid Heads come from, don't you know? They lay eggs. What is he called in Dead by Daylight? Oh!
So, no Pyramid Head?
Oh, you don't want to get Pyramid Head. It's a huge pain in the dick. Thunk! This one kills me. This puzzle took me forever to figure out. It took me so long to figure out you gotta just throw a 6-pack of juice down the garbage chute. So the Pyramid Head has a huge D. Okay, Pyramid Head is penis coated already. He's got a giant I would argue, geometrically phallic head. His weapons are a big giant sword that he thrusts into people, or, later on, don't worry, if that's a little too penisy, they switch that out for a big spear that he impales people on. I can't stress enough. Sometimes a cigar is a metaphor for your desire for punishment in the form of a triangle monster. Ah, here it is. Okay. This trash is gross.
Me on the pharaoh's tomb, looking to get some pyramid head, but all I get is to tank hussy before I get wrapped up and discover they have mummy issues.
God, no. Oh my god. Love Twilight by Natalie. I haven't finished it yet.
Jostles you in line at the
pretty good so
Museum
far.
of Modern Art. Hey, penisy enough for you?
My god. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. Got an old man coin. Great. Some gossip magazine. Okay. This is an important news article. They retcon this article in Silent Hill 4. They make this an important part of Silent Hill 4's plot. But there is something that I want to point out here. We're going to see it a couple more times, and I need to clarify because I think there's a lot of misconceptions about it. But first, let's just read through this article. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. Now, this is all true to Silent Hill 4. What Silent Hill 4 doesn't mention is how he committed suicide, which is via spoon. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. That's some commitment. Yeah, they don't mention the spoon in Silent Hill 4. I don't know why. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids." But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, "He's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me. The monster. The red devil. Forgive me. I did it. But it wasn't me." Okay. Silent Hill 4 explains that this red devil is like a member of the cult who's like an executioner who's trying to like stop Walter Sullivan or something like that. It's a little unclear. A lot of it's information from the Silent Hill 4 official website, which sucks and I hate it, and it's stupid, and don't trust anything on there. So, a little bit spurious in terms of information. Gone over that? Okay, good. It's dumb. I'll talk about it again during Silent Hill 4, I'm sure. But here's the thing. Walter Sullivan did not see Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head didn't show up and tell Walter Sullivan that he's here to punish him or some shit. Okay? There are people who think this is the case, and it is not. There's 2 things going on here. One of which is, sorry, I read it when I first played it. Yeah. So there's 2 things here. One of which is, this is a clue to the player as to what the monster is. Okay? What the red devil that they just saw might be. We've seen Pyramid Head twice, and we're leading up to a fight with him, right? This is meant to be tension building for the player, narratively. In terms of lore, I think there's actually something else going on here. And that is that the documents that James is reading are changing. I think because later on we find out that the letter from Mary doesn't necessarily say what James reads on it, that James's own manifestations can change the words in a document that he's reading. And I think it happens somewhat gradually. Like between the beginning and end of the document. Words like, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me, seem to perhaps not be what was written in this document originally, but they might be what James is reading. We share a common thread of inspiration in the town's history. So that's another interesting one that I've heard a lot of people say, but
as you all well know, Bun takes his Silent Hill lore very seriously. Up to and including declaring war on a website for being so grossly incorrect in his analysis.
True, though. Here's the thing, though, is I don't see anybody... I see a lot of people theorizing that Pyramid Head looks like he has a pyramid head and wields a spear because... Yes? Oh. I'm sorry. I've seen a lot of people theorize that the reason Pyramid Head has a pyramid for a head and a spear is because there's a painting in the old historical society that shows an executioner from Silent Hill who looks like that. However, why isn't that a representation, like a manifestation from James's mind too? Like, there's no indication necessarily that that painting ever existed in real life. Why isn't it that when James sees that painting, like, his mind is manifesting a painting of an executioner that looks like the monster that's following him around, telling him that it's here to punish him? Like, yeah, it could be that the reason that he pictures it as an executioner is because he saw that painting, but it's equally possible that that painting only exists because James saw Pyramid Head. That's an open question. I don't think there's a right answer. Me, personally, could be both somehow. That's true. Me, personally, I think that painting is a manifestation from James's mind because from that room, you wound up... Everything okay? Okay. Because that room is where you wind up going down an impossibly long staircase in the historical society and winding up in a coal mine that empties out into a 19th century or 18th century prison. So it seems a little nightmarish. I don't know. I don't know. Just saying. You can shut the door. I think we're good. Okay. A coal mine, you say? Okay, okay, shut up. Shut up. Yes, there's a coal mine in Silent Hill. No, it was never on fire. It was called the Wilkie Coal Mine, I think. It's mentioned in the Historical Society. That's all the information we get about it, okay? There's a picture of it. We'll see it later. Don't worry about it. Shush.
Can I simply point out, related to boy maintenance, that he really doesn't like when you say shut up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Has anyone checked this cat for PTSD? Like, I don't think you're wrong for saying it. I think he's wrong for being such a shit about it.
There's the sort of manifestation of dreams, subconscious desires, etc. is going on that explains the writing imagery changes. Contrary to popular belief, you can read in dreams. So, yeah, I agree with you. I would present for evidence of my idea that the memos change. One, Mary's letter. And two, there is a hole here, but it's gone now. Because if we come back there later, that text will change. So there is an implication that text that James is reading will change itself. I think there's some evidence to this, but that's my interpretation. There's a memo we read later on when we find a wrench on our way to the park after the hospital, from the hospital director that starts speaking directly to James. And I think that's another instance of this happening. I think this is another instance where I think that's another instance where a memo is being read by James and changed by the manifestations around him, like manifesting different text onto it. But at least that's what I think. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Everything he's experiencing relates to him? Exactly. Because it's like, what the town is manifesting is his dream, right? Or his subconscious.
Fun. That's just a theory.
A game theory. I love that Silent Hill's canon now is basically every Silent Hill game after 4, instead of being based on the lore of previous games, is based on what amounts to a MatPat video. It's like if they made another fucking, like, Undertale that had nothing to do with Toby Fox, and it canonized, like, Sans' Ness. Or some shit. It's so weird. It's the Silent Hill phenomenon. Didn't you hear? God, I hate that so much. Good night, Thallium. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, this is so good. There is no fire escape outside the door. There's no escape. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door? I think I can get into it through the window in front of me. Why would there be a window that faces a fire escape door? You know? Been there before? Me too. I went and toured the Winchester Mystery Mansion. And let me tell you, it's built like this. There's a bunch of these.
So, what donation goal do we have to reach to get Bun to explain the lore of Silent Hill? Ascension?
I guess I would have to watch Ascension. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I feel like I would hate that. Ah, yes. The turlet. Looks like there's something stuck in the turlet. Will you take it out? James. Please. James. No. James, stop. No. No, James, no. Don't do it. Oh, God. Oh, he just reached right in. Come on. Surely you could have dug it out with the stick or something. Oh, roll up your sleeve, for God's sake. Looks like a wallet. Some kind of memo. 12, 9, 18,
James
11.
is just putting his whole arm up these strange holes.
He really do be sticking his arm in them holes. 12, 9, 18, 11. Okay. $12 to 9 to 18 to 11. It's the other way. 12 to 9, 18, 11. Nothing on 1. Click from 2. Am I getting these numbers wrong? Start on 12, right 9, left 18, right 11. 12, 9, 18, 11. Okay. $12, 9, 18, 11. Oh. Clockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise. Okay. Uh, 12, 9, 18, 11. Clockwise first? Okay. Let me go around real quick. Okay. $12, 9, 18, 11. Oh, okay. Nailed it. Hammed gun bullets. Oh. I like how reaching into the toilet is super optional. It's just hammed gun bullets. Like, you didn't have to do that, James. You didn't even have to. Kick. Alright, one thing the Enhanced Edition does a little bit weird is the reflections in the water here are a little excessive. They're a little mirror-like. I don't remember them being quite like that on the PS2. Or maybe it's just the resolution. Ray tracing. It's RTX on, yeah. the stairs yet. I'm gonna clear this floor first. Laundry room's concerning. It's locked. There's a note stuck to the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. Left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives. He's in the room near the first floor staircase. Be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Jeez, this apartment is so much scarier than the last one. Like, the Blue Creek apartments are so much scarier than the Lakeview apartments. It's like one big gradual descent, and it starts here by just having a subtly more decrepit apartment. Yes, and a wetter one. Again, that theme of water showing up here. And usually when it does so, it's a bad thing. Also, Lake View, Blue Creek. A lot more of these aspects of water. White Chrysalis. Oh, right. Okay, so this item does not show up in your first playthrough. This is probably PTV, a drug used by the cult derived from White Claudia. But like I said, only shows up in your second playthrough onward. So not come then. Sorry, not come. Huh. Never actually played this. I played 1 and 4 when they released. Part of 3 after it released. 2 was kind of hard to play for a while. Understandable, yeah. One thing I want to point out is that I do really like the way that the other world manifests in this game, and I think it's related to each of these games relates the transition to the other world to the theme of the game. Silent Hill 1 is about nightmares, escaping Alessa's head, right? So the other world is related to a fade to darkness, the world becoming darker, all the lights going out, that sort of stuff. There's usually a fade to black, and then when it comes back, we've got the other world. So it's related to dreams and sleep in that way. In Silent Hill 3, we'll see the other world sort of being birthed into the world by Heather as she clutches her head and experiences an amount of pain. There's usually blood involved because that game is about childbirth. And in Silent Hill 4, which is a game about birth and motherhood, we go into the other world through a hole that kind of excretes us into the nightmare through like a hole. It's probably symbolic for something. I don't know what. So it's probably a symbol for something. I'm just not sure what. And in Silent Hill 2, it's much more gradual. It's usually James is descending vertically down into the nightmare. It's usually related to water, but it also has a lot to do with descent and a gradual decay of the environment, like it's becoming sick, like it's becoming ill. the other world is a cancer that's growing in the world itself. It's I don't know. I think it's interesting. Luna, how are you? I wonder how my experience and feelings about 3 and 4 would change now that I'm a mom. Oh, I've played those since high school. I'd have to replay them soon. They're interesting because a lot of the Silent Hill games, Silent Hill 1 has aspects of pregnancy, but they're not the main focus of the plot. Silent Hill 3 has a lot more of that. There's a horror around pregnancy and an exploration of themes of abortion as well. And there's something interesting about that because it's from the perspective of the pregnant person. Whereas in Silent Hill 4, there's an exploration of pregnancy and childbirth, but it's from the perspective of the child rather than the mother. So they're similar themes explored from different perspectives. I think they're kind of interesting. Kind of fun. Terror of trauma. Yeah. Silent Hill 2 has a lot of psychological stuff going on. There's a lot more of that trauma and guilt and psychological exploration of the main character in Silent Hill 2 than any of the other games. Or the Team Silent games, at least. And it's a really interesting theme that unfortunately takes over the entire series. It's all the games are about now. Silent Hill 1 and 3 and 4 have some really interesting themes and explorations and neat ideas, and they're thrown all away because all anybody wants to talk about anymore is guilt and trauma and punishment, and that's all this series is about now, because every game after 4 is just concerned with having that one big plot twist where it turns out the main character forgot an important character's death and is guilty about it. And it's all trauma and it's all guilt and it's all punishment, and that sucks. That's enough Silent Hill for me tonight. God. Would they have to ruin Silent Hill? I mean, they didn't have to. They did, but they didn't have to. They chose to. The thing that I think everybody should take away from this is that capitalism will ruin everything you love. It was more profitable for them to ruin this series. It was more profitable. It put more money in their wallets.
Nobody was holding a phallic symbol to their head to make them do it.
Correct. That's my trauma. I'm traumatized from capitalism. I'm half joking. Who should we go hang out with today? Need to popular imagery or ideas of what the series is? Yeah. I got some thoughts. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I hope it was fun and educational. And even if you don't agree with my interpretation on this game, I hope it gave you some food for thought. A new way of looking at a game. That's what I like to do. I really love looking up things like after I play a game, I'll look up reviews of it or like critiques of it or analysis, just so that I can get like different perspectives on a thing I like.
Looking at it.
A new way of looking at it. Slacker and Jane, thank you for the follow. I don't want to portray my ideas about Silent Hill as being the only true ones. Because I think that a lot of these games are open to interpretation. There's a lot of different ways to look at them. But also, I feel like there is an accepted explanation for the Silent Hill games, and it's wrong, which is weird. It's very weird. It's not something that I've seen in a series before.